The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network. The following is a production of the Averett Sports Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the Averett Sports Network.
And welcome back to Averett Sports Network. We apologize for the technical difficulties. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. I'm joined by the radical one, Rodney Harper, and we just plowed right through our Daily 7 pregame show.
We sure did. But that's okay. We're here. We're on. It's on, and the game is on. And a great day for football. The weather is perfect as we listen now to the national anthem.
This is the alma mater to start, and then we'll have the anthem for you shortly as we get things going. Stay with us here on AU Sports Network. We'll have live coverage of the Battling Bishops coming up to take on the Averett Cougars here at Daly Field, Danville, Virginia. Averett University's North Campus, live action coming right up.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to please remain standing and welcome Joe Franks, who will lead us in prayer, and then please remain standing for the national anthem.
Let us pray. God of all, shine upon us here as we gather on this beautiful fall afternoon that you have created. We ask that you watch over every player so that no injuries come and a spirit of good sportsmanship is expressed in every play. And guide our hearts so that our cheers be of encouragement and support, and that our spirit of competition be done in your spirit of love. And as we gather here to ask for your support and protection, we also ask that you be with those in our community and around the world who are in need of comfort, protection, and love. We pray all these things in your holy and loving name. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Franks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you'll please remain standing while Dr. Janet Phillips from Averett University performs the national anthem.
Welcome back, sports fans. That was a beautiful job. Beautiful rendition, man. I'm going to tell you, that was, almost just went on.
That was a flute, right?
Yeah. Tell me you knew.
Hey, honestly, I'm not an instrument person. I do the speaking on the microphone.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not a very artistic musical person, but I appreciate those who are. It was a beautiful rendition of the national anthem as we get set here for the coin toss. I may not be able to tell you if it's a flute, a piccolo, or any of those instruments, but I can tell you all about O-line schemes.
Yes. Matt the Dean Johnson doing what he does, the greatest I'm radical right there, and we're ready for a great game with our Cougars, Averett University Cougars, along with playing the Bishops, North Carolina Wesleyan. And I look for a great game today, man. And keys to victory, we want to see some execution from our Cougars today. We want to see that running game stopped today. I want to see the same thing that took place in the second half, Dean. I want to see the same exertion from our defense and coming out fired up, ready to put that dagger, if you will, in the Bishops today. So that's my spiel, brother.
I totally agree. And Averett outscored Maryville in the second half. 20-7 last week, and this is a North Carolina Wesleyan team that went and beat Maryville when they played earlier in the regular season. They won by a mark of 24-7. So this is a Wesleyan squad that also completely obliterated Greensboro last week. That has some potential. Definitely a lot of things go into football games and teams and whether they're having success or not. Injuries can be a factor, but all you can look at is the record and the matchups on the field today, and we got some great ones. We mentioned the Wesleyan running game against the struggling Averett rush defense, but then you look at a very strong quarterback in Dustin Midget for the Battling Bishops, the senior QB, going against a pass defense of Averett that's played very well, last week against Maryville. But to get things started for you here today, it is Travis Jones, and it looks like Ray Brown back to return the opening kickoff here on your senior day.
Senior day, final game of the season, home game, I should say, of the season for the Averett University Cougars.
And the last game here at Daly Field, at least what used to be the Cougar Den surrounding the Daly Field. It'll be a brand new facility next year following this game. Here is Travis Jones returning from inside the 15, breaking through to the right side. He's got some space. He's past the 40.
He's past the 50
and out of bounds was starting field position for the Cougars, Rodney.
And that's the type of play that we need to see this Cougar team all day long. Execute. And what a great drive thus far. What a great run by our own Travis Jones as he is on the 49-yard line, returning probably good 20, 25 yards.
Definitely. He started close to the 15-yard line. I didn't see exactly where that catch was made, but a very nice return from the always explosive Travis Jones. Here is Kelly Hall in the shotgun
position
with a man in motion. Motions back to the left in the wing. Here's the handoff to Ray Brown. Downhill running. He's got at least 5 as he is close to the Wesleyan 45. It looks like they will mark him down at the 46-yard line of North Carolina Wesleyan. A good start to the running game. Ray Brown and the Cougars.
Exactly. That's what we want to see. That's exactly the style of play. Of course, Kelly held back in that shotgun position again. And as he rolls out to your left, and
that's going to be caught along the sidelines and dropped down. That is Michael Barber Jr. out of Mount Holly, North Carolina. We talked about him in the pregame that I think everybody missed. Great effort by our Averett Sports Information Director, Drew Wilson, to get us back on the air in time for the kickoff. But unfortunately, you folks at home missed a great pregame show.
And we did a good job, didn't we? Yeah.
Oh, we did.
Yeah,
it was a fantastic segment.
Yeah.
Here is Ray Brown again to the left-hand side, lowers the shoulder, and it looks like he may gain close to 5 again. So the Cougars getting some very strong gains here early on.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking at a team. I think came. You know, they as we've talked about in the pregame, that our Cougars, you know, we'll talk about the chances they have of as far as conference play. But however, they're playing like this is we've got to make a dent. We've got no points to prove, but we got to make a dent and show that we are a contending team. Straight down the middle, that pass was caught. Looks like by Michael Barber once again, and I'm telling you, these guys are playing a tremendous job in this opening kickoff. I'm real pleased to see execution. That's one of the things we talked about in pregame, execution. We're seeing that on the field by the Cougars today.
That was actually KJ Walker with the reception, a seldom used wide receiver. He's been getting into the mix more and more here as the season's gone on, but the freshman wideout made a difference last week against Maryville, and there he was again with a catch over the middle. And that's where I like to throw the football. The middle of the field's where the most space is.
That's where the space is. That's where you take the most hits. And hey, this is football, like it's not table tennis, as we said last week. Nice run by Ray Brown. Nice run. It looked like he picked up another 3 or 4 yards on that one as well. So great drive today by the Cougars.
So that'll make it a 2nd and 6. So a 2nd and medium here for Kelly Hall and the Cougars. Here we have 13 minutes, 12 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. A great opening return by Travis Jones. And here is Ray Brown again to the left side. Runs into his own blocker. That was P.J. Best working on the reach on that left-hand side. He was doing a good job. Ray Brown blocking. Needed to get to the outside on that.
Doing a great job of blocking. However, just not enough space for Ray Brown to get around that corner.
He had the edge. Best had the edge sealed that left tackle for the Cougars. Ray Brown really needed to get further outside and get on that one-on-one matchup with the cornerback. That was really kind of the running back not getting it done there. But Kelly Hall play action from the middle. Touchdown Cougars.
For the Cougars. And the Cougars strike first again. Dean, I'm telling you, that's what we wanted to see out of them today is execution on the ball, execution, and that's what we're seeing by the offense. We want to see that continue.
That's right.
4 quarters of that, and we're going to win this ball game.
Danville native Miles Bennett on the reception for the Cougars.
Yes,
another
indeed.
Touchdown
Dynamite
for him.
job.
And that is a fast start for Averett. Here in the first quarter, as that is Hobie Proctor with the extra point. Good snap.
7.
Good kick.
7-2. I'm telling you, that's the type of ball we need to see out of the Cougars. And the Cougars, I think they're coming alive in their play and their stance today. And that's one of the things I told you. And I want to reiterate to this. This is one thing that I'll have to say about our Averett Cougars. There's not a team that in our conference that we can't beat. There's not a team with the talent that we have on this roster. There's not a team that we can't beat. After watching every game thus far, it's just executing the plays. So we strike first.
And, of course, the Cougars in the second year of Coach Cleve Adams' system and new defensive coordinator Pete Shaw and second-year offensive coordinator Shannon Johnson. So the differences definitely have unfolded on the offensive end, and defensively the struggles have been real this year. But let's see what the defense can do against Wesleyan, who has at times had a limited offensive attack, but an attack last week that was effective nonetheless, that put up 61 points on the board against Greensboro.
Well, dynamite job. I think we're okay. Dynamite job. And as we're ready to kick the ball out for Wesleyan to receive, we'll see what the special teams and defense does. I'm eager to see. I believe we're seeing some different looks.
High kick from Proctor.
Yes, and
this return man able to get out to the outside. We will get a name for you on that. It was number 5 on the return, Malik Adams for Wesleyan.
About the 35-yard line.
He had a very good return, able to get around Michael Reeves on the special teams coverage, getting to his left-hand side toward that Wesleyan sideline. And like you said, Rodney, it looks like they will start this drive at the 36-yard line. Here are the Wesleyan Battling Bishops after a Miles Bennett receiving touchdown from the arm of Kelly Hall. That is Bennett's 3rd touchdown on the season, a 9-yard reception right there in the middle of the field.
Spoke with Michael Reeves earlier, right before the game started. I said, we're going to see some hitting today. He says, absolutely. So we're going to see what the defense does. If they come out the same way they did the second half of that game last week.
Wide open receiver, and he cuts back
off to the races.
Cut back again
along
the sideline.
They are able to get him out of bounds. However, that's after probably, wow, long game.
That was Devontae Beatty, the sophomore wide Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. Sorry for the technical difficulties, some sound issues here as Kelly Hall drops back and he's going to QB draw on third down, slides for the first down. Kelly Hall able to make a play when the Cougars need it.
Exactly, man. Wow.
Hey, this is how we got to roll here. Work with the situation. Well, thankfully, we got Drew working on the situation on the spot for us as we continue to battle through these sound difficulties. It's first and 10 for the Cougars. Kelly Hall with Sean Bowman in the backfield. Balanced formation now with the motion. Now back Bennett in the slot to the right with trips. Here is Kelly Hall. Drops back, looking deep. He's got a man open, and it's going to be incomplete.
Possibly a flag on that. Incidental contact, but their feet got caught, tangled up. However, that's one of those, toss-ups, if you will, in my opinion.
Well,
incidental contact.
I disagree. That was just incidental feet tangling, and the ball was uncatchable anyway. I'm all for pulling for the home cooking, but
yes, indeed, I'm a home cooking
he
man.
He wasn't catching that football, and it was incidental contact.
Nevertheless, the drive stays alive. It's second and 10. And Kelly Hall
looking to throw, does chuck it to the left side and complete.
Looks like for a first down possibly.
That is going to be Miles Bennett just shy of the marker. They'll set up a 3rd and 1.
3rd and 1
for the Cougars.
Your young guys are better than mine.
I got contacts, Rodney. My glasses are extremely thick too. That's why I choose not to wear them. That and I broke them the other day.
3rd and 1, 8:34 left in this first quarter. 7-7 is the score.
That's right. Well, during our difficulties, we missed a touchdown pass to Counts from Midget on the other side. That tied it up along with the extra point at 7. So now Averett looking to drive as they convert the 3rd and short, and that's one of the keys to the game right there. Definitely always need to try to convert on 3rd and short.
On the
let's
play.
See what we have on the field.
Flag on the play. Always hate to see, as you would say, laundry on the field.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of doing laundry, Rodney. Unless it's going to be Wesleyan's laundry.
Yeah, and it is.
Oh, they're going to wave it off. So they're going to wave off the flag for unsportsmanlike conduct. And
how do you wave it off?
I guess there was no flag for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Maybe it was
they conversed.
Yeah.
Or maybe the official was convinced that he was justified in what he did.
He was angry at himself.
I highly doubt that second one was the reality, but there's a false start. I think I called that one before the flag was thrown.
You did a great job. You saw better than I did.
PJ Best leaning, but he's had a pretty good game so far, securing that left side. A little happy feet, a little aggressive there here on 1st and 10. But
anxious feet, yeah.
It'll set up a 1st and 15 for the Cougars after the penalty. I guess you'd rather have that false start on a 1st and 10 than the unsportsmanlike after converting a 3rd down.
Exactly.
Having that being a 15-yard penalty. Here's a swing pass to Miles Bennett. Man on the ground after the cut block. A good block on the outside.
Almost dropped the ball. Almost lost the ball, but he secured it to move forward. I guess he got a couple on that one?
Yeah, he gained about 1 or 2, did Miles Bennett. It was a good block on the outside by Terrence Owens going low. I'm a big fan of cut blocking. Ask any of my JVO linemen that I coach down in Greensboro. I am a huge fan of the cut block. Terrence Owens went forward on the outside. Unfortunately, Miles Bennett not able to get too much of a gain. Back to the line of scrimmage, if anything.
In fact, if that's about it. Kelly Hall drops back for the keeper.
And tackled down. That is number 91 for Wesleyan. It's going to be Rakeem Cooper, the junior defensive end. Really made a good play coming off the block of P.J. Best. P.J. Best trying to draw him outside, using his hips to get him to go around and form a pocket, but a good job by Cooper to read that draw.
3rd and 12.
And that's right. It'll set up a 3rd and long, Rodney.
A long, as you would say. A long.
Here is trips to the right side. It looks like Terrell Owens. Terrence Owens on the left. Here is Kelly Hall. Drops back, looking to throw. And he does, but it will be thrown away. A very good decision
open
by Hall.
Number 82. Is that Michael Barber?
That'll be 82. That should be KJ Walker.
KJ Walker.
I do believe.
Yeah.
Regardless, it was thrown away,
yeah.
by Kelly Hall. So a smart decision. Doesn't take a sack, doesn't throw an interception and turn it over.
And
they will live to fight another day.
We saw that a lot, I guess, in the Greensboro game where he would roll out and try to force that ball in, and he did the smart thing this time and throwing it out of bounds. So
awesome play, and the ball is on the ground. Touched by Wesleyan and picked up. That's Michael Reeves doing his thing on special teams. One of the best special teams players in the conference, really crowding the man on the fair catch. Dropped the football, made it a live ball. Averett almost recovered instead. It will be a Wesleyan possession starting close to their own 10-yard line. Michael Reeves always makes an impact on special teams.
Special teams.
And did it again there.
And also, like you said, playing that hybrid position in the defense as well. So Michael Reeves comes alive again. And as I spoke with him earlier, like I told you before, he said we're going to see some hitting on the field today.
First down.
That's the second flag that's been waved off.
You see it every once in a while. We've seen it twice here in the first quarter. 2 flags waved off, and let's play ball.
Yes, sir.
Game on.
Game on. All right.
You know me, Rodney. I'm always trying to sneak a hockey moment in there.
Well,
right there, it just happened to be Mike Myers' movie.
Well, I'm sure before the game ends, we'll see some more of that, my friend.
Here is Midget, fakes the handoff, looks to throw downfield, vertical pass game, way overthrown.
Yes, we had a man that was trailing that one. Of course, good idea to throw that one a little deeper than normal because we could have seen an interception there. I'd like to give a shout out to our residents live folks. They were there watching us live as we're still kicking it, man. So
you got to double check every once in a while.
Donna
make
Ben,
sure the sound's still going.
Donna, just want to give you a shout out, and the rest of the folks that are having to check out this online. So
and really all the fantastic folks at Averett who listen into our broadcast, we appreciate you all that you do for the university, especially myself, a graduated student, and Rodney, yourself, a master's program student, and listening into us. We really appreciate it. Here's the handoff up the middle.
Yes.
It'll be a short gain. About a medium gain, actually. It'll set up a third down and about 4 or 5. We'll see where that is. Maybe a 3rd and 4 for the Battling Bishops, as that looked like Menando with his second carry of the game. Give him 2 carries, about 6 yards for the freshman running back. He was the freshman offensive player, the offensive rookie of the week last week.
Let's see if the defense can stop this third down conversion.
Here's Midget, rolls out to his left, standing tall in
and
the pocket.
He's going to be brought down.
It might
he's still up.
Tough.
Yes, but he's down for a loss.
Big Ben in the pocket.
Dynamite. He did, didn't he?
Looking like Big Ben taking 3 or 4 of those Cougars D linemen to bring him down. But he finally goes down, and this sets up a very, very, very careful situation for the Battling Bishops.
Yes.
As you look how far back their punter stands.
Deep in the end zone. And
that is Robbie Lanier, the senior punter out of Mebane, North Carolina. He's standing about 1 yard shy of that back end line in the end zone. So 1 foul move with the snap, and this is 2 points for the Cougars.
2 points for the Cougars.
Possibly, if it's blocked, a touchdown. Here is the snap, good snap. Gets the ball off with a clean kick. It's going to be fair caught by Travis Jones inside the 40. So outstanding field position for the Cougars to get this drive started.
Let's see what the Cougars can do with this outstanding field position. We've been doing a great job thus far of moving the ball and seeing that Kelly has had time in that pocket to do some work. So the O-line, as we've spoken before, the O-line has done their job thus far and given him the time that he needs to execute these plays.
That's right, and Averett really hasn't mixed-matched their O-line today, something that they had been known to do earlier on this season, kind of rotate guys in and out. It looks like they've found a solidified group, as this is Brandon Cowden in motion, now back to the left for trips left. Hall, hands off, fakes it, keeps it, throws it, caught Michael Barber Jr. on the slant over the middle for a big first down. That's a beautifully thrown slant route.
And he comes up limping just a little bit. Let's see, hopefully that's something that we can get, that he can kind of shake off, because he is a awesome weapon. And that's one that you were talking about earlier about that middle ground. That's the only thing I don't like about hitting in the middle is that particular situation there.
And there's Travis Jones powering forward up the middle. Normally an outside kind of slasher, home run hitter runner. That time he goes right up the middle for 6. That's what you like to see. Lower the shoulders, downhill football.
Make it happen. That's it. And like I said before, that's one of the things. My disagreement in hitting that middle in the middle of the field, because injury is something that you possibly can.
Travis Jones shakes a tackle up the middle again. He's got a first down. It'll set up a 1st and goal from inside North Carolina Wesleyan's 10-yard line to the 9. And Rodney,
Dean, I didn't hear you defend the middle of the field, man.
Well, it's all about how the quarterback throws the ball. The quarterback can place the football in a way that the wide receiver doesn't necessarily have to take the hit, and that's a big part of throwing the football to the middle. Also, when you got guys to the outside in a spread formation like the Cougars, it opens it up. Here is a replay. Kelly Hall to the left side, and he's going to spin down. He's going to gain a couple and be brought down. But I like to see when you have trips or you have a balance set from shotgun like the Cougars' base formation, it spreads the defense out and it spreads the linebackers, especially when you have a slasher like Travis Jones. It spreads the defense, so really you can play a short passing game over the middle and protect your receivers with smart throws. Don't set them up to take the big hit. Set them up to protect them, and Kelly Hall did that with Michael Barber. Unfortunately, looked like he twisted his ankle maybe. Here is the handoff. Jones up the middle. Squeezing through tackles, powering forward.
Continuing.
And down
to
the 5-yard line. That'll set up a 3rd and goal from about the 5-yard line. So 3rd and goal from the 5. Here come the Cougars knocking on the door once again.
Dean, the Cougars need to execute on this. The Cougars need to drive a nail in the fence, so to speak, on this play. No point to be proven, but the Cougars need to score on this to show that what they have. The Cougars have
wide receivers for the Cougars. Brendan Hughes on the left side, 6'4", looking to throw to the right. Another 6'3" receiver, this time back of the end zone. Touchdown! Miles Bennett in the back of the end zone to the back pylon.
Dynamite job.
What a throw by Kelly Hall, able to laser that in there in a tight window to Miles Bennett with his 2nd receiving touchdown of the ball game.
Dean Johnson, let me tell you, execution. I can't stress that more.
That's right, and it goes a long way. The coaches can put in any system they want, but if the players don't execute it, there's not much to be said about anything. It's players win and lose your games. It's a good snap, good hold, and the extra point is good. So your score here in the early going in this one, 14-7. Averett University on top of the North Carolina Wesleyan battling Bishops. The Cougars in charge in this one.
Yes, 2 minutes, 45 seconds left in this first quarter, and I am seeing some great football today.
That's right, and really any day that Averett's up and about, that's a
great day.
Great day for football.
That's a great
there.
Day. Yeah,
and to see the offense putting points on the board, and really the defense doing what we talked about and stopping the run, because it was the passing attack that drove 64 yards down the field on that open touchdown drive for Wesleyan. So the rushing attack really has, to this point, been a non-factor. You have Menando with 2 carries for 6 yards, and Midget with a sack for a loss of 9, counting against him in the rushing. But really the ground game has been held in check by this Cougars defense. Midget able to throw the football, but we knew coming into the game he was going to be able to do that. He threw for a school record 412 yards against Greensboro as they put 61 points on the board last week. So we know this kid can throw the football. But the rushing attack, really, that time of possession game that we talked so much about last week, really right now that is in Averett's favor with their running ability. Travis Jones, 18 yards, as here's the kick. This will be returned to the left side, breaking up through past the 35 and past the 40, cutting back, spinning inside to the sideline.
Yes, almost midfield. And we were talking about Ramondo earlier, and knowing that he is a freshman, but this kid can run. This kid can run. So that attack we're looking to see, obviously keeping him at bay at 6 yards only so far in this first quarter of game.
That's right, and only on 2 carries, too, so they really haven't given him an opportunity to get going. Just seeing the way he's running, his running style in only his 2 carries, but seeing his build and his body type, he seems like the type of guy that he gets better as the game goes on, so you want to give him the ball and let him get going. But there is a flag on the field, so we'll be moved back to the 33-yard line of North Carolina Wesleyan, so that helps out Averett greatly
About a 15,
after what was a great return by Malik Adams.
So maybe that was a personal foul, because that's a substantial amount of yardage there.
I didn't see the signal from the official. I was looking at some statistics, but judging from the kick return, it would probably be a block in the back, personal foul, like you said. Here's the handoff to Monondo, very minimal gain. And again, that front 7 doing a great job.
Containing Monondo, containing him on the inside. He's a strong runner. He's a strong runner. However, like you said before, they hadn't really given him the opportunity, a huge opportunity to make some play.
That's right. Just his 3rd carry here on the afternoon so far. He had 22 carries last week, and we saw in that tackle Hunter Shepard wearing a great number, 56, leading the team in tackles with 52 coming into today's game. Here's a completed pass to the left side, and he will be gang tackled by about 7 out of 11 Averett defenders.
Flag on the play. I think there was a little over the top.
I think it was actually going to be called targeting, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like he dove with his helmet and jumped in the air.
He dove up. I didn't see the actual saw him leap in the air, but that nevertheless.
If they're calling what I thought I saw, it looked like no. They're gonna call it. Looks like I missed the signal. The official that looked like
I don't know. The battling bishops.
They're just conferring right now.
Yeah.
But the bishops appear to know it's on them. Averett's defense just kind of waiting
to see exactly.
And that's the foul. That's exactly what I saw. It looked like the late hit, but it looked like he kind of tried to spear with the helmet, diving at one of the Averett players, almost trying to make a block. But you do not want to leave your feet when you're blocking.
Yeah, plus a little rambunctious. I think the Bishops they've come to play ball, and they're heated up. And we've seen a couple of flags picked up, some waved off of some personal fouls against them. So maybe the referees are trying to calm them down, so to speak.
Well, it's definitely always possible to enter a football game too fired up as Averett shows blitz. Michael Reeves setting up on that left side, rushing, throws to the left side of Wesleyan, caught and close to the marker, knocked out of bounds by Jamal Forney, the senior cornerback. Jamal Forney, Dante Gilbert, 2 standouts at cornerback for the Cougars. Big reason that this pass defense has been so successful. Reeves, almost a stand-up defensive end where he is. He's going to show rush, not rush, and intercepted! Dante Gilbert!
Dante Gilbert is off to the races.
Sideline, 20, 10, 5,
he is shot all the way for a touchdown!
Dante Gilbert right away, and right as we were talking about the outstanding cornerback play of the 2 standout seniors for the corners, Dante Gilbert comes up with the pick 6, a biscuit with extra gravy.
Biscuit with extra gravy. As soon as he caught the ball, he saw open field, wide open, knew that he had that pick 6 synced in and ready. And I'm going to tell you, what a dynamite job the defense is doing as we speak. I'm pleased, man. It's as if they've come out there. They've come out from the second half of last week's game and doing a tremendous job. I hate to keep going back to last week, but they did such a tremendous job.
And blocked on the extra point. And that is a live play, but it is downed and the extra point blocked, so that'll make your score 20-7. Dante Gilbert, right as we were talking about the 2 seniors at cornerback, outstanding starters for the Cougars, Dante Gilbert and Jamal Forney. That time it's Dante Gilbert with the lightning strike, the pick 6, the biscuit with extra gravy.
I like the biscuit with extra gravy. And that was just wow. What can I say? Wow. A minute 22 left in this first quarter, and my friend Dean, I think we've got a ball game.
We definitely
so to
do,
speak.
and don't start counting out the Bishops yet.
No,
Averett's
definitely not.
had a very big lead in the first quarter before. We saw that against Methodist. Averett went up several scores, 21-0 in the first quarter against Methodist. Averett still ended up winning that game.
However,
but of course, Methodist was able to fight back. Your final score was 41-33, so it ended up being a one-score game despite Averett being up 3 touchdowns in that first quarter. There's a lot of football left to be played.
A lot of football
but
left.
Right now, everything kind of bouncing Averett's way, including the penalties. We're at 20-7 with 1 minute and 22 seconds left here in the first quarter.
Wow. I'm speechless, man.
It's been a great start. Well, real quick start for the Cougars. One of the problems we've kind of seen with Averett, the Averett football program the past couple of years, a lot of slow starts and battling back. Well, right now it's that fast start, and it's exactly what you want to see. Here is Malik Adams on the return, a high end-over-end kick. He's going to go to the right side along the Averett sideline and be brought down. Ball is out.
Ball is loose.
Ball
is loose, so let's
see. No, they're going to mark him down. The official closest to the Averett sideline was saying he was down before the ball came out. We will take his word on that. We do not have a replay system for you right now.
And sometimes that's good.
Now, I think it would show what the call was. Everyone was kind of scrambling to that ball late, so I trust that ref's judgment 100%.
110%.
You can kind of tell when you see that pile, and then all of a sudden, randomly at the end, you see a bunch of players dive on the ball. You can almost assume he was down, but that's where that replay comes in. We'll never know. But for now, it's that judgment. Here is Averett showing blitz, and they end up only rushing 4. Rolling out to the right is Midget, throws to his left. Excuse me. That is caught by Malik Adams. It'll be a short 5-yard pickup for the Bishops.
Almost a horse collar in that, but he grabbed him by the
front of the jersey.
Yeah, the bottom of the jersey.
It was the bottom. Yep.
Strong armed him down to the field, to the grass, so to speak, or our turf, so to speak. So that's
Dante Gilbert's interception was the first of the season for him in his senior year campaign. 4th INT for the Cougar defense this season. Here is Midget to throw. Open. Malik Adams got him in, and he's gone. 15, 10, 5, touchdown Bishops.
As the Bishops are coming out throwing, we thought we may see a strong running game because of this big, huge freshman they have. But once again, passing through the middle, and they're attacking with the passing game.
And that time, Malik Adams goes 65 yards on his 4th reception of the day. That sets up an extra point opportunity here for Wesleyan. This is going to be, looks like, Coden Breckenridge on the extra point. It is up. And
flag on the play. 2 flags on the play.
Yes, we have several flags on the play. Let's sort this out. I didn't even see a signal if the kick was good or not. So
it didn't look like it was, but of course I'm looking at it.
It's tough to tell from this broadcast angle.
Yeah.
It is so tough to tell. Let's see. Looks like we're going to confer about this.
As we watch and see exactly what the call is. Just continue to move forward. 25 seconds still to go in this first quarter.
Yep. 12 on the field for Averett. So
now they're the timeout on the field.
The kick was good, so it'll be 20-14. The penalty, I believe, will be enforced on the kickoff for 12 men on the field. 25.9 seconds remaining here in the first quarter, and it's been a flash of scores, a flurry of scores, very quick strikes. Averett going methodical at first, and then, the pick 6, and the first play after the pick 6, short memory for Midget as he goes 65 yards to Malik Adams. This has been a vertical passing game from Wesleyan. Very fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been. And he has actually, those two have been connecting throughout this game thus far, man, for some huge gains on this field.
And really, that's kind of the difference you see in the offensive styles. Both of them running the spread and shotgun their primary base, and really spreading wide receivers out across the field, a one-back system. And Averett goes with a lot of bubble screens, short passes, slants over the middle. And here you see Wesleyan chucking the ball downfield. It's real fun to watch these contrasting styles. As here's Travis Jones. Looks like he's going to be wrapped up after a minimal gain on the return as he crosses the 20, and that is about it.
Yeah. Flag on the play. There's a lot of laundry going today.
Well, Saturday's usually laundry day here in Danville.
Laundry day. Laundry day again, and I'm kind of watching Travis Jones and his running here as of late. It's just which they've definitely when he's carrying the ball, they swarm him like a
he's been bottled up on his returns after that first return, definitely. And they're going to wave a third flag off here. That is the third flag waved off in this first quarter.
If I'm not mistaken, third or fourth. Is that the third?
I think it's the third.
But that's 3 flags in 1 quarter of play. Yes.
Waved off. You usually don't see that many. But here come the Cougars offense. It's going to be trips to the left. KJ Walker in the slot closest.
Starting at 24-yard line.
To the line. Here is Kelly Hall. He's going to hand it off up the middle. Ray Brown. He's going to be hit hard. Met in the hole by a strong linebacker. That looked like number 9. Actually, it was John. I'm looking at the Averett roster. Michael Clemens. For Wesleyan. He's a big linebacker right there in the middle. Number 9. Hard to miss on your screen. He met Ray Brown in the hole, but that'll be the last play of the first quarter. To start your second quarter, it'll be 2nd and 8.
Wow.
From the 25-yard line of Averett. Averett just getting the ball back, a quick 65-yard strike for the North Carolina Wesleyan Battling Bishops. Has your score now sitting at 20-14 as we change sides. Stay with us on AU Sports Network. We're going to go to an extremely quick commercial break, and we will be right back with more live action after this. Welcome back to AU Sports Network. Kelly Hall pump fakes looking downfield to Miles Bennett and almost intercepted.
Almost, man. That didn't look good at all.
Bennett was looking. It looked to be a vert route, and Bennett was really. It didn't look like he was expecting to get the football, and if he was expecting to get it further downfield. But a quick throw from Hall on some good coverage, and it's incomplete.
3rd and 8.
Up a 3rd and 8, Rodney. And North Carolina Wesleyan going with a stand-up look on the defense, all defensive linemen standing up, looking to confuse that Averett O-line. Averett going with their check call, looking to set up their protection and figure out a play to battle this stand-up defense. This is something you see the New York Jets do a lot of, the Baltimore Ravens in the NFL. And here comes Hall. Pressure comes rolling out to his right. He's going to throw it away. A very smart decision.
Extremely smart.
By Kelly Hall.
So he will go 3 and out, huh?
Well, when you're going to throw it away on a 3rd down like that, the pressure comes. It was a heavy blitz look, nobody open right away. I'm okay with Kelly Hall. That's a very, very, very smart decision, something it looks like Coach Shannon Johnson and the rest of the offensive staff probably have worked on with him throughout this season. We've seen that 2 or 3 times today where he hasn't forced it, and he's just lived to fight another day. Throw it away, let your defense do its job.
Exactly.
Bring out Proctor to punt it because he's had a couple of good punts already. Proctor, and here's anher one.
Booming.
Great punt.
Indeed.
Out to the 39-yard line. Fair caught by Malik Adams, and guess who was there to make sure he had a fair catch? That was Michael Reeves getting down the field in a hurry.
Malik Adams real quick to wave that arm right before he caught that ball because I saw that Reeves was honed in on him, man.
He always is. He's about the first one down there. on punt team every single time, and it's a small part of the game to the average fan, but special teams is most certainly 1/3 of the game of football.
Most definitely.
And Michael Reeves, one of the best at it
Most
in this conference. Here is the handoff. This is Manondo up the middle. Nothing
Once
doing.
again,
Still fighting.
Once again, a huge. It's Manondo, a big back, man. He's got some size on him, man. And but so far they have contained him and contained that running game from the Bishops. Not only that, of course, our own Travis Jones having a little trouble in the middle as well. So the front four are doing their job on defense.
And Manondo, a 5'8" running back, listed at 225, so he's got some big legs, a big, tough runner. Look for them to get him the football more as the game progresses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Midget throws, caught on the right side, first down to Malik Adams, and that's another guy. You got a senior quarterback in Midget. Why not let him huck and chuck the football?
Huck and chuck the football. Yeah, Malik seems to be that target on that pretty much so far. Thus far, this game has been the target.
Malik Adams, a junior wide receiver for the Battling Bishops, having an outstanding afternoon here in the first half. Already 5 catches, 98 yards, and a 65-yard score.
Midget.
Caught on the outside from Midget.
Yes, indeed.
Close to the marker.
Number 3.
Slade Dale, the freshman.
His first catch of the game.
Will move the chains for Wesleyan. Looking at the receiving stats for the Bishops, Malik Adams, 46 catches coming into the game.
So we know that's going to be a target. That's no doubt about
The
it.
touchdown he caught today was his 10th on the season. Here's Manondo, his first big carry of the game.
And that comes off of as a blitz on that. Number 68, slow to get up.
Manondo on the season has played in 6 games.
Right tackle was
25 carries, 142 yards, has 4 scores, all 4 scores coming last week, along with 122 of those 142 yards.
Wow.
So Manondo really has gotten going here as of last week. Other than that, a very limited role in the rushing attack of this Bishops offense. Here is Midget. Throws right side, caught Malik Adams, first down. Give him his 6th reception of the ball game, and he's over 100 yards receiving already in the first half.
We're just 12:39 in this second quarter. Those two have connected quite a few times, my friend.
And you look at the offense for the Bishops, about 120 yards rushing average per game. They average 275 through the air, and it's easy to see why. Dustin Midget coming into the game with very close to 1,800 yards passing through the air, 16 touchdowns, 5 picks. He's been a very, very solid QB for this team. Here's Adrian Manondo right up the middle, and he's going to be
for a
untouched.
touchdown.
He's going to bump his head on the goalpost as he walks into the end zone right up the middle of that Cougar defense, and an extra point pending. We are tied at 20. The 5th rushing touchdown for Adrian Manondo's freshman campaign here in 2015.
That front four had been doing a great job containing Manondo and running, but so far, I mean, that right there, that tells us that they're opening up that running game, and we need to there again, like you told me earlier before, man, this game is just starting to get underway, so don't count the Bishops out just yet. And as they take the lead for the first time in this game, 21-20.
That's right, and with that extra point, as you said, at 21-20, Breckenridge puts it through the uprights. So Wesleyan in control now, and all of a sudden, Averett had a 13-point lead. That is quickly turned into a 1-point deficit here with 12:13 to go before the half.
Wow.
That is one way to put it. And Rodney, while we get the special teams units onto the field.
Yes, indeed.
We look at some other USA South action around the league as the Maryville Scots, a team that, as we were joking about in pregame, Averett still with a minute chance to win conference as long as they win out the rest of the way.
Just jokingly.
Maryville and LaGrange tied at 7 in the first quarter.
Slobberknocker going there as well, man. Those
of
two
course.
teams are always contenders amongst each other. And, of course, they're tied up 7 apiece as we move forward, preparing for the kickoff.
Huntingdon, another team Averett really would like to see lose, up 16-6 at Greensboro College. They're in the second quarter. Huntingdon 16 points in the first quarter. Wow. They are a solid team every single year as it's a deep, high, end-over-end kick to Travis Jones. Caught from the right side. He's going to come over to his left, and he's got a lane. He's going to go down the left sideline, crosses the 40, and out of bounds close to the 45-yard line.
2 men to beat, and Travis Jones would have been 6 points in the pocket. 6 points in the pocket. And as you said before, Huntington, a strong force to be reckoned with.
They're up 16-6 at Greensboro College right now. We're going to get you some other scores
Greensboro,
around the league.
The Cougars had a grand opportunity, blew a fourth-quarter lead in that game with them. So
lost 48-46, and Ferrum, Averett's matchup next week down at Methodist, 14-7.
Wow.
So Methodist, a team Averett knocked off, and Ferrum, a team Averett will face next week. Ferrum, Coach Cleve Adams' alma mater, and where he got his coaching start and where he came from to come here to Averett.
Exactly.
So always a team we keep our eye on, but a false start on the Cougars, a delay of game will move back the Cougars 5. So set up a 1st and 15 after the great return by Travis Jones, who has seemingly been doing this special teams thing all year long.
12:04 left so far in this half, and Kelly Hall and back in that shotgun position takes a snap, rolls out to your right.
He had Clifton Glover. Where's the flag? That's actually Drew Evans. Yeah. That is not Kelly Hall. That is Drew Evans taking the snaps. Makes you wonder where Kelly Hall is on the sidelines. Drew Evans
back in the game, and where is? We'll have to check on that here.
Kelly Hall right there on the sidelines, helmet off, walking around fine, but Drew Evans getting a rotation in, and let's see what the big man can do at QB.
Yeah. That man running, tucked in ran, so.
Takes the snap, stands tall in the pocket, downfield. Terrence Owens goes up for it and incomplete.
Wow.
And that's the one thing I really like about Drew Evans. He's about 6'3", 6'4", big guy, 215, 220, and boy, can he chuck it downfield. He
put a little air under that one. Put a little more air than normal under that, but nevertheless, it was a catchable ball.
It was a catchable ball, a little bit underthrown, like you said, maybe a little too much air under it. Needed to get it more down the field instead of height-wise, but definitely picked the right target in Terrence Owens. He's a 6'4" option on the outside. You got to love those types of receivers. Here's the read option.
Great
stiff arm from Drew Evans, and he's going to get close to the marker. Big Drew Evans rumbles forward.
Coming out, fighting, my friend.
Drew Evans, of course, was the opening day starter at QB for the Averett Cougars. Got injured in the Randolph-Macon game, and since then it's been the Kelly Hall show, but Drew Evans coming back in here mid-game, making some plays with his feet. Evans hands off, fakes, keeps it on the read, and look at that, powering forward, looking like Brady on a QB sneak as he finds the hole and gets the first down on 3rd and short.
Wait, it doesn't look like Matt Cassell.
Oh, hey, don't get me started on that. But Drew Evans sets up a 1st and 10 with a great read option, able to find the seam in the middle of the line and fall forward with his big frame for a couple yards. Strong arm, tall, can throw the football. Let's use him. Here's Bowman to the left side on the read. Big gain. Gain of about 7 or 8 for Sean Bowman, the freshman. He's coming off a 100-yard performance last week.
Drew is complaining about something like that. I tell you, Drew has come out and put a fire in this offense, man.
Kelly Hall had a 3-and-out on that last drive. I don't really think that's why the substitution was made. I think this was more of a planned rotation schedule.
Exactly.
Here is the handoff to Bowman, and he's tripped up by Evans, who was trailing him, looking to get out in front and lead block. That is a mistake you cannot make. The line was there for the blocking, and Bowman was heading toward the edge. That's a bad mistake.
That's a no-no for a loss run about 3 or 4 yards.
Yep, that's a 3 or 4 yard loss where Bowman was untouched.
However, these staying back in that shotgun position, getting ready to take
trips
the snap
left.
again,
Here is the fake handoff. Pressure comes immediately. Great recovery. Drew is going to be wrapped up for the sack. Comer did a great job recovering. Initially missed his block very badly, but recovered, stayed with it, and kept Drew alive. But unfortunately,
had some time. Had some time in the pocket, man, and just couldn't get anybody open. Couldn't get anybody open downfield, so he had to drop and take the sacks.
Well, the center is the position where you least want to give up pass protection, give up your pass protection. Everyone talks about the left tackle and the importance of a right-handed QB with the left tackle protecting the blind side.
Right.
But if you got pressure right up the middle, that is the most uncomfortable feeling for a quarterback because you have a large person right in your face.
Exactly.
And Comer was able to stay with it and fight for it as Malik Adams will wave off the punt, and it gets an Averett bouncing out of bounds inside the 5.
Yeah, right around the
what
3-yard line.
Outstanding punt by Hobie Proctor.
Your bomb squad, is that what you call it?
Well, when Zach Richmond was here and Hobie Proctor and all those, and Coleman's still here, Z Rich was the founder of the bomb squad, but the legacy continues with Hobie Proctor and Andrew Coleman and all these other special teamers for the Cougars. But we make a special note, as always, to say that the bomb squad started by Z Rich,
right around
Zach Richmond.
close to the 2-yard line, my friend.
A great punt. It was a great bounce. Reeves took a chance letting it roll, but it takes a great Averett bounce, and it's a tough way to start it for the Battling Bishops.
Let's see if the Battling Bishops come out passing again, and they've been forced to be reckoned with.
End zone.
Yes.
Here comes Midget
downfield.
the bomb. It is caught.
And they do. And I'm telling you, man, we could have. That's one thing is. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out, that they were going to come out just slinging this ball, man. And as I said, right before that pass, they come out with a bomb.
It's Dustin Midget and Drew Evans looking like two very similar QBs.
Exactly.
They are chucking this football down the field. Kelly Hall, more of a short game passer. He's a smaller quarterback. Midget and Evans both have some size. That time Midget from his own 2 sets up a 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line.
Wow.
So a 46-yard gain for Midget. He's up to 232 yards through the air. Here's Adrian Menando as he is inside the Averett 45, crossing over into the defensive territory. That'll set up a 2nd and very manageable.
Menando not getting as many yards, I'm sure, as he'd like to, but he's starting to unfold here. He did get a touchdown on that last drive, and we're starting to see him open up just a little bit more on that running game.
We're starting to give him some more touches and starting to give him more opportunities as the game has gone on. Here is the handoff to Menando. It's actually kept by Midget, and instead he will slide. He did not get the first down. It'll set up a 3rd, and we'll call it 2.
We'll call it 2.
Looks like maybe 1.5.
Yeah.
It looks like a long one. So here come the Cougars defense looking to make a stand as Wesleyan has really driven the ball down Averett's throat the past couple drives. Let's see what Dustin Midget and Adrian Menando and the rest of this Bishops offense can do. Man in motion to the right. Midget going to check to the sidelines and get the call. It's actually going to be a timeout. So that timeout on the field.
Yes, indeed.
It'll be a timeout, Wesleyan. That is their first timeout of the game. They have 2 remaining. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more live action for you coming up here on Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. I am with Radical Rodney Harper, the mailman he always delivers.
Indeed.
We'll be right back here on AU Sports Sports Network.
We're back.
Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. I am joined by Radical Rodney Harper, third and short, complete from Dustin Midget to his intended receiver. It looks like it'll pick up the first down by about 1.5 yards.
About 1.5 yards.
That is John Young, the senior tight end.
Quick attack, man. Quick attack.
For the Bishops. They got right to the line of scrimmage and they snapped that football.
They went to work, man, quickly after that timeout and to adjust to play on the field. And I'm looking for some more attacks downfield with this passing game. I'm telling you, it's you see they're chunking some yards with this passing game.
Well, he threw for 412 yards last week, a program record against Greensboro College, and it looks like he's trying to set the bar again this week, as this is Dante Gilbert wrapping up another intended target for Midget. That is Devontae Bailey, another reception for him. Gilbert, give him a tackle and a pick six so far.
Yeah, so instrumental in, of course, that pick six earlier in the ball game. 20-21 thus far is the score. 6:23 left in this first half as we move forward. And
the Bishops with the shotgun formation, tight end in the game, running back to the, no tight end in the game. Here he is going to be stood
tackled.
Up.
Yes,
Bernardo
again. Once again.
Wrapped up. Nothing with that Averett defense.
Bernardo, like Travis Jones
right
there,
now,
honing in on him, man.
Bernardo just got a little speaking to by the official. It looked like he tried to slap one of the Averett defenders. No flag thrown, just a little talking to, little gamesmanship going on.
He's a freshman, man. He's young. He's ambitious. He wants to get out here and make a point, let folks know that, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to run. I'm ready to play. Nevertheless, the defense putting a stop to Bernardo on that drive.
And knowing how it works, I'm sure there's been a little chirping about him being the offensive rookie of the week last week.
Yeah.
Here we go. Third down, Midget.
Back to
all
pass.
the time in the world. Now he's going to be dropped.
Great sack. Dynamite job by the defense. And they get up. And there's a little scuffle on this one.
They're saying the ball was loose. They're saying the ball was loose. The whistles have blown. The sack was by Tamondre Isaac, but I think he was down. I do not think that was a fumble.
Let's see what the referees do on this, what the call is on the field. That ball was loose. The crowd is pointing towards this direction. As
I don't think that
one is shaking their head no, the other is saying I don't know, and we'll see exactly what their call is on the field. I'm like you. It looked like he recovered that. The ball was blown
I disagree.
Dead.
I think the knee was down. He was sacked.
Yeah.
I think the ball got loose after he was on the ground, and Averett recovered thinking they had a fumble. I don't think it was a fumble. And I'm as much as a homer as anybody, but I'm going to call it the way I see it on the field. And I do not, and they're going to say it's fourth down, and I agree with that call. I think that's a very good call.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay,
that's what I was saying.
I thought you were saying it was loose.
No.
I think this is the correct call by the officials.
Yeah, the call was ball and was blown dead. And that's what I was saying.
Yes. And there was whistles once he was taken down by Isaac, who I believe gets his first career sack, if I'm not mistaken. But it was Tamondre Isaac who brought him down. It'll set up a North Carolina Wesleyan punt, and there's no better feeling for a defensive lineman than getting a third down sack. That is a very, very good stand by. The defense here is the punt, high spiraling punt, very, very strong punt, and it takes a Wesleyan bounce, just like the last Averett punt did, and it'll be downed inside the 5-yard line for the Cougars. So a bad break, but the correct call was made, I do believe, Rodney.
I agree. I totally agree. Again, that ball was blown dead. The ball was blown dead,
and he was down.
He was down, and a portion of the crowd wants to see. They see a little differently than we do, obviously. But as we can see, if I can see it from here being blown dead, then obviously it was blown dead. So
I mean, I can hear it through the headset that the whistle was blown.
Exactly. So, wow, this has been good. 4:41 left in this half, man.
21-20, Bishops on top. The Averett Cougars have a long way to go, 95 yards to put one in the box here from this starting field position. The punting unit for the Bishops doing the Averett offense no favors. Here's Kelly Hall back at quarterback, and he hands off up the middle. Looked like he was under center that time.
Mm-hmm. Would it be great to go in with a lead? It's what the Cougars want. They want to go into this half.
And especially with knowing that the Bishops get the ball after halftime, I think it's crucial that the Averett Cougars go into a 4-minute drill right here and put the ball in the box, because the Bishops can come back after halftime and they get the possession.
Absolutely.
So this is a very crucial series to me for the Cougars, because the way you take momentum into the half says a lot about the end of a game. Here's the handoff to Travis Jones to the left, and he's going to be stopped up. Nothing doing.
Nothing doing there. Honing in on him, just like our defense is with the running back of the Bishops, man. They're honing in, stopping in that running game, and seems to me we're going to see some slinging out here on this field, man. A lot of a passing game is going to come alive, I believe, with both teams.
Averett seems to disagree with my sense of urgency with the 4-minute drill with a 95-yard field in front of them, but here's Kelly Hall looking to throw, has a lane to run. He can't get it first. He's going to chuck it deep, and incomplete. Intended for Brendan Hughes, the big senior wide receiver, the target down the right sideline. That'll set up a 4th
and 7.
Actually, yes. I'm watching the man with the yardage marker. he flipped it to a 2 and then a 3, and it confused me like you wouldn't believe. But I looked at the scoreboard. It is 4th down.
And Brendan Hughes ran into some traffic right there towards the end of that run, man. And that's one of those that you, I'm like you, man. Let's keep it in the middle of the field when you're trying to get that short gain. Let's keep it in the middle of the field if we can. Yeah, but he was running into some traffic, and of course, Averett's now having to punt the ball. 20-21.
And deep from their own end zone, too, can set up some issues. But as you said, Rodney, it's 21-20, NC Wesleyan on top. Timeout on the field. We're going to take an extremely quick commercial break. Stay with us here on AU Sports Network. We will be right back. Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson, and I am joined by the radical one, the mailman, Rodney Harper.
Yes, indeed. It's been a great game thus far, my friend. 3:34 left as the punt is underway. Short punt, man.
Unfortunately for Hobie, punting deep from his own end zone, probably the worst punt of the afternoon, but he's had a great day kicking that football.
Yes, he has.
He has really had some great punts. Unfortunately, that one not quite the same.
Not one of them.
He averaged, before that punt, he averaged 54.3 yards a punt.
Wow.
That is
tremendous.
Outstanding.
As you said before, they're having to punch so deeply within that end zone, and
I think there was a little bit of a rush, and I think he may have misplaced it on his foot. But still, Wesleyan gets the football here, starting from their own 35-yard line.
With 3:28 left in this half.
And a good opportunity for the Bishops to put points on the board going into halftime and try to do the double dip, score before the half and then get the ball back after the half and score again. So that's what we call the double dip. Let's hope Averett can stop them from scoring here first, though.
Is that a new terminology, double dip?
No, that started with double dipping the chips and Seinfeld, my man. Also, you got to think journalism, school, double dipping, assignments, double dipping articles. You can send it to one paper, another paper.
Makes sense,
that's a journalism term. That's a chip term. That's
2nd and 5, man.
Here is Manondo.
Once again, Manondo. He's Man, what a
As
run.
the game has gone on, he's starting to really kind of wear down this defensive front. I think it
did.
might be the offensive line, too, but this is a smaller defensive line. Minondo, a 225-pound running back who had the game of his life last week as his freshman season has gone on, really starting to make an impact here as the clock winds down in the first half.
Minondo is young, but he's stout, man. And like I said, those young legs, and he's as the game moves forward, he's finding out opportunities.
Hand it to him down the right side, cuts back over the middle. Wow. And a good move from the big fella, cutting back towards that right hash mark. It'll be a first down, and it looks like it'll be a first and goal for the Battling Bishops of Wesleyan.
Minondo finding that hole, man, in that front four, not able to contain him, and he's getting into that secondary. And we know after he gets past the secondary what happens.
He's a big man. You get him one-on-one with a safety. That's a matchup I trust Minondo to win against any safety just based on his size and his running ability. He's shown a very, very good amount of athleticism for a 5'8", 225-pound halfback.
Exactly.
Here is Midget looking to set up the offense, gets the snap, bumps into his running back, chucks it to the left, caught Gilbert making the tackle on Adams, and he's going to be kept out of the end zone as several Averett Cougars come back to wrap him up and prevent him from crossing the goal line. A quick screen to Malik Adams. That'll be another reception for him, but no score on the play.
Yeah, Malik Adams looked like he really wanted to get that one in. Of course, the defenders were right there on the ball to stop him from going in and making that touchdown. And it looked like three Averett defenders, man, popped him one after another and drove him backwards. So Malik is that's been kind of the toss, man, the connection. Malik and of course Midget, man, coming together throughout this ball game.
Here's Midget. He's going to hand off to Minondo. Hurdles the line, and he's in. Touchdown, Bishops. Great run by the freshman running back, hurtling the cut blocks. They had the opportunity
to stop him, and he's still with those strong legs. He's that short ground base man, short to the ground. And he ran in for that. I'm gonna tell you, that young man looks like he's come to play some ball.
He's come to life the past 2 weeks for North Carolina Wesleyan. Yeah. That time hurdling the line, staying on his feet, and crossing the goal line, putting up North Carolina Wesleyan 27-20. Here's the extra point by Breckenridge. High end-over-end extra point. Good snap, good hold, and good kick.
Minute, 10 seconds left in this half, and wow, what a turn. What a turn.
And all of a sudden, it has become even more imperative that Averett score before the half. I talked about wanting to run that 4-minute drill and try to put points on the board before the half when the Cougars went 3 and out on their last possession. It becomes more important now because if you do not score here, it's 28-20 going into halftime, and then this Wesleyan offense that seemingly has been unable to be stopped here in the past few possessions, they get the ball right back to start the second half, and it's really a chance for a 2-touchdown sway in momentum. So an imperative moment here for the Cougars. Let's see what Coach Cleve Adams and offensive coordinator Shannon Johnson decide to do with this offensive possession. Honestly, if it's me, I put Drew Evans in the game and I throw some huck-it-chuck-it football, vertical game, and I really, really try to get this ball down the field and at least get a field goal out of this. Well, that's what I look for.
You have to start getting aggressive now. Now it's time, where I can see where the Bishops are starting to come alive, man, and the running game starting to come alive, and opening up holes for the running back. We have to do the same thing. We got to start playing aggressive ball now.
And you mentioned it. Midget has not slowed down throwing the football. No, 244 yards through the air and already 76 yards on the ground for Minondo. So this offense has been very good. Here's Ray Brown on the left side, and he's going to be knocked out of bounds after crossing the 20. So they keep it away from Travis Jones, and really that's a smart move by the Bishops. Jones, very well known for breaking the big returns. And as you were talking about just a second ago, Midget, we knew coming in this ball game that he was going to pass the ball. We knew coming in this ball game that he was going to make some yards and make some plays downfield. So that's something that maybe we'll see some coming into the second half. And that's a bad penalty on Averett. That's a really, really bad time for that holding penalty. It's never a good time for a holding penalty, but right there, a very bad moment here with 1:05 left. Averett
driving it back.
about 70 and change to go for a touchdown. Now it's going to turn into, looks like
90 because they're in the 10-yard line.
89 yards to the end zone for the Cougars. But looking at Dustin Midget, we mentioned him knowing he was going to come in throwing the football. He's now up over 2,000 yards passing on the season after his performance here in the first half. Came into the game averaging 256 yards per game. He has been an outstanding thrower of the football. Really not just a thrower, a passer from what we've seen, and there is a difference. Here is the handoff to the left side. It will be a short game, and it looks like Averett may wind up just being content going into halftime.
Going into halftime with that down 8 points.
And they're going to call a timeout.
Well, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong.
Well, let's see who called the timeout. Each team with 2 remaining. And it's Wesleyan. Wesleyan thinking they might be able to get a stop here.
Stopping another opportunity to drive the ball down.
Why not?
Who knows? Who knows?
Averett's gone 3 and out the past couple of. We've seen a couple of 3 and outs, and we've seen this offense kind of sputter since getting that 20 spot on the board. Really, since that extra point was blocked, things have kind of taken a turn for this Averett offense. Why not try to stay aggressive if you're North Carolina Wesleyan? And
you're talking about the passing attack of Midget, man. I mean, he's tremendous on his percentage, man, and he's passing down the field and everything.
Coming into this game, he completed 52% of his passes, which is pretty average. That's a little on the average side here for this conference. But when you look at it today and you see his numbers, he does have the interception, but that interception is 1 of 2 incompletions for this young man. 14 of 16 and 2 touchdowns. So that is an outstanding day. He did have that one mistake where Dante Gilbert made a fantastic play and he got the biscuit with extra gravy, but really that is his lone mistake of this ball game. Here
Hall
is
takes a snap.
Hall, looks to throw, does over the middle, caught by Clifton Glover. And it's going to be a first down. That'll stop the clock for a couple of seconds until the chains move. So let's see what this offense can do. I don't really understand why they ran it on that first down, but here come the Cougars. It's going to be a handoff. Actually, Hall kept
keeps it.
I
think it may be a horse collar. Maybe a horse collar.
I think it was.
Yeah, they threw the flag right there
where
Hall went down.
Hall, the second he got up, grabbing his collar.
Yeah.
That's a big penalty if that is a horse collar, because that's a 15-yard personal foul, I believe.
As we wait to see exactly. They're not. Did that flag get waved off as well? Now the flag's still there, so we're waiting the call.
Instead, it's going to go the other way, a holding on P.J. Best. And that's what those penalties are. False starts, holding calls, really any penalty involving an offensive lineman we call the drive killer.
That's right. And most of the time you see that flag right there on the line.
And it's thrown by the back judge.
Exactly.
You can almost bet it's holding. But from the angle with which Hall was tackled, we were hoping for a horse collar, especially the way he kind of went down.
And the way he got up, The way he got up, grabbing his collar.
He thought he was horse collared. I couldn't see it. There was a pile, so I couldn't necessarily see if he was or not. But the holding penalty pushes him back 10. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. And it looks like this will take us into halftime at some point. We may see a Wesleyan timeout, but Averett could just run it out the next play. And it looks like
they're ready to.
This is what we're going to do. Your score here at the end of the first half, 28-20.
Yeah. And we've seen on both sides of the ball. Dean Johnson, we've seen on both sides of the ball. Great play.
It's been an exciting first half here, Rodney.
Yeah, to say the least. and it's a good day, great day for football. I think the weather couldn't have been any better than this. But nevertheless, we've seen some great play on both sides of the field, and I'm looking for an even more dynamic second half, my friend.
That's right, Rodney. And all you folks at home, stay with us here on Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. I am joined by Radical Rodney Harper. And when we come back, we'll have our Domino's Pizza halftime show.
That was my I guess this is Halloween. I guess Radical.
Turn it into a ghoul on me, Rodney.
Stay with us. We'll be right back with your halftime report.
Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson, and I am joined by Radical Rodney Harper.
Hey, man, how are you?
Doing all right. We're here on our Domino's Pizza halftime show. We got 7 minutes until we resume action, so 0 commercials here as we get through this halftime report for you, sponsored by Domino's Pizza. Just like you, the mailman always delivers.
Always delivers, and it's good, too. Some good stuff.
Especially had a couple slices.
Yeah, especially at halftime. It's kind of, rounds things off for us, gets us prepared for another half of great football. And it's been a great day, man. Some good scoring drives, both sides of the ball. Both sides of the ball.
And some good defense, too. Some well-played defense at times and some great offense at times. It's really been a well-played game from all 3 aspects of the game. You talk about offense, defense, and special teams. Really, we've seen plays on all facets. So it's been a very, very exciting game to watch here in the first half. But we're going to move right along here with our Domino's Pizza halftime show and get into our Piedmont Printing first half stats and analysis. And looking at it, Rodney, it's a lot of what we kind of talked about. North Carolina Wesleyan, 15 carries, 57 yards. As a team, that's what we want to see from the rush defense. But as you repeatedly said during our halftime break, 244 yards passing through the air for Dustin Midget, and this passing attack, that is a tough number to beat, and that is why they have 28 points on the board.
That's exactly. We saw some huge passes that first half for some capital gain. Capital gain meaning money in the bank.
That's right.
And that's something, of course, that we on both sides of the ball with the return of our quarterback for a couple of plays to get that ball down the field. But of course, Kelly Hall returning back to finish it out, and maybe we'll see our starting quarterback once again in the second half.
You know, I was talking to Drew Wilson, our sports information director, about it, and he thinks it has something to do with needing the legs of Kelly Hall. While we saw him come back in that last series when they were backed up before the end of the half, and Drew can run. He's definitely 100% an athlete, but he's more of a vertical passing game threat. I was expecting to see him when they were backed up looking to drive.
Right.
But it'll be interesting to see what the Cougars do in the first half. We open up the second half with North Carolina Wesleyan getting the football up 28-20 here in the game. But looking at our stats, one thing I want to point out to you, Rodney, that I look at immediately is 5 of 9 on third down for the Cougars compared to 2 of 4 for Wesleyan. Really, the defense not getting Wesleyan into too many third down situations, and the Cougars are seeing themselves in a lot of third down situations, which can really tell the story of the game. The difference is, instead of seeing a lot of third downs and having that work against you, Averett's converting 5 of 9. They're leading the time of possession game, and they're even with the penalties. They're about even, 4 penalties, 31 yards for the Cougars. You don't like to see those penalties, but the fact that they are there, the yardage is even. I think that's something to build on. There's a lot to build on here at halftime, a lot of adjustments to be made. Averett with 165 yards of total offense compared to 301 yards of total offense for Wesleyan, mostly coming through the air. So that is our Piedmont Printing first half stats and analysis. And Rodney, I'm going to go to you real quick for our Trophy and Sign Center Player of the Half. Who do you got that stood out to you in the first half the most?
Stood out to me mostly in that for me. Now this is for me now, because there was some great moments throughout that first half, but let's just say Dante Gilbert. Dante Gilbert's pick is what was the transition of this ball game to keep us really alive, because there were some opportunities for Wesleyan to turn this thing into a slobber knocker, if you will, and that pick six it really aided us into continuing the drive within the ball game. Who's yours? I said, who are you? Who are you?
I'm the dean.
You're the dean.
I'm the dean, Rodney.
How dare you?
I'm the dean.
How dare you?
Who am I?
Mailman. You're just a mailman.
Rodney, I'm going to go for my first half player of the half, Trophy and Science Center player of the half, I'm going to go with Averett Special Teams on the kick return unit. Yeah. Ray Brown and Travis Jones, really Jones having the most success with the kick return so far in the first half. But as a team, you look at their return yardage, 5 returns for 119 yards. That is going to get it done.
That's going to get it done.
That is setting up field positioning and putting your offense in position to score and putting your team in the best position to make something happen. Even if it's a 3-and-out after a long kick return, you get a decent punt and you're setting up your defense with good field position and the opponent's offense with poor field position. That's the special teams has been crucial. So for my player of the half, I'm actually not just going to take the entire kickoff return unit. I'm going to take all of special teams units because Hobie Proctor had a great first half of punting. He had one bad punt at the end of the first half, but before that, he had 3 punts averaging 54 yards per punt. Wow. That is tremendous. Big-time punting numbers. So all of Averett's special teams has been playing very well today. And so good job today.
There were deep punts that placed Wesleyan in a very
He had
crucial,
a couple downed inside the 5.
Exactly. A crucial position.
When I look at that's what I see that stuck out to me the most is the very solid special teams play of the Cougars. I look to see that stand up and hold water in the second half. But we're going to move on once again to our Lowe's Home Improvements first half diagnosis and talk about what the Cougars can do to regain this lead. Rodney, what do you think Averett needs to do to get this done?
What Averett needs to do to get this done, to get this ball back into the pocket, get this ball game back alive for themselves, is they need to contain that passing game. They need to stop the game, continue to stop the run. We saw towards the end of the first half, the Cougars allowed this young man with he's what a runner that he is, to run that ball and get some positive yardage. Not only positive yardage for score, but they've got to contain that 2-man attack with a quarterback and wide receiver and running back. The 2-man attack is a quarterback and a wide receiver. We've seen some yards that I've never. Since I've been watching.
7 catches, 112 yards, and a touchdown for Malik Adams for Wesleyan. Outstanding.
Yeah, so that has to be stopped for this ball game.
And one thing I got to add to that, Rodney, is I'd like to see this defense step up a little more. We talked about how they've done pretty well in the rush defense, the pass defense, leaving something to be desired. They did have that pick 6, the biscuit with extra gravy, if you will, from Dante Gilbert.
Yes.
But I'm going to look to Hunter Shepard, this middle linebacker, wearing a great number 56 for the Averett Cougars.
For some reason you're kind of...
I may be a little partial towards that number. But Hunter Shepard coming into the game leading the team in tackles with 52 on the season. Only 1 solo tackle in this game, 3 total with 2 assists. I mean, at some point your middle linebacker has to start making plays in the middle of the field, whether it's in coverage on the running back, coverage on a tight end, or playing on the line of scrimmage against the run. I'm looking to him to make some plays as we continue. The kickoff is short and high. It will be returned shy of the 35-yard line and down at the 34 for North Carolina Wesleyan, and this is where the second half will begin, Rodney.
And the second half begins right here. Not only that, as we said before, this is crucial time. This is a crucial half of play for the Averett University Cougars, so that they need a stop here. They need a stop here. They need to make a point and let the folks know, let the ball team know that we're here to play ball.
And the defense setting up with 3 backers in the box. That's a walked-up safety. Here is Minondo. He's going to miss a tackle.
Yes. Upended right there. Flipped. Almost close to the first down.
Got to make those stops at the line of scrimmage, Rodney. I'm a very big stickler for those diving shoulder tackles on offensive players. I really dislike seeing it. I'm a firm believer in wrapping up and dragging them to the ground, but a lot of DBs nowadays going with that diving shoulder tackle at the ankles, and Minondo able to just sidestep it and gain 9 yards.
Exactly.
Here is Midget.
Drops
passing back. Plenty of time.
Steps up. In the middle.
and overthrown, incomplete. That is a very calm and experienced QB in that pocket, Rodney.
Plenty of time.
He had zero panic in him whatsoever.
Plenty of time in that pocket to search the field and find a man open. He had a man open in the middle of the field. I think it was Malik in the middle of the field, but he chose to throw it out of bounds and live to fight another day. 3rd and 1. As we continue to move forward.
And that's one of the things you like to see quarterbacks do that Midget just did. Stand in the pocket tall and then step up into it when the pressure comes. Here is Manondo right up the middle to the right side. I don't know if anyone's going to catch him. 20, 15, 10.
They were able to down him, but
down.
However, if you allow that young man as short, I mean, low to the ground, low sense of gravity, as you will.
Low center of gravity. Yeah, that's right. I got a low center of gravity too.
Me too, but we don't. It's a difference. There's a difference there. Allow him that kind of space and to cut downfield, man. You're going to have a hard time stopping him. Don't allow him in the secondary. We've seen that so far. Every time he's gotten into the secondary, he's been able to make a big play on the ball.
And that's a big 50-yard rush for Manondo as he adds up his total to 135 yards on the ground, a career high for him. Also 2 touchdowns in this one, handoff up the middle.
Upended.
That time upended by Reeves. It'll set up a 2nd and goal. So Manondo, his 15th carry of the ball game. Back-to-back weeks,
yes.
Crushing it.
They were able to contain him in the beginning of the first half, and now they've allowed him the opportunity to run this ball and get into the secondary, and he is chunking up some yards, my friend.
Averett looks like they're going to beef up that defensive line. Now Marison actually hustles off the field. Interesting to see what front they're going to go for. It looks like this might be a timeout, Averett. And, yeah, some substitution issues for the Cougars. That is not what you want to see early in the first quarter. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will conclude this drive. It is 2nd and goal for Wesleyan. Stay with us on Averett Sports Network. And welcome back to Averett Sports Network. Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson, joined by the radical one, Rodney Harper, as we get set for the resume of action. 2nd and goal. Wesleyan driving.
2nd and goal, yeah. And he slips. Midget. Midget passes to
Manondo.
He slipped on that one as he caught that ball, and I don't know if that's a loss. It looks like he.
Turf Monster crept up and got him.
Yes, it did. Turf Monster.
You know,
works for me.
It's an often played joke in practice, saying someone got sniped or the Turf Monster reached up and grabbed him. Well, there it was. So let's see what Dustin Midget and this North Carolina Wesleyan offense can do.
Manondo, Midget, and Malik. Midget and Malik
Adams to the left, man in motion to the right. Yes. Adams, the lone receiver, to the left. Midget looking his way, throws, and incomplete. Great deflection.
Great play on the ball. They watched that one unfold as it did.
Dante Gilbert with the breakup. He had the interception for a touchdown earlier, and really a well-timed play there. He did bump into Malik Adams, but he deflected it first, and then the contact happened. So 0 pass interference.
Bringing in a 4th down, and they choose to go ahead and go with the plan for the extra point or the 3-point play here.
Field
That's
goal
kind of the
set up for Breckenridge. It looks like this will be about a 23-yard field goal. It's a fake. Here is Midget. Wide open man. He's going to have to hold it. He's going to chuck it into the end zone and incomplete.
Stop and a surprise. A surprise.
The Averett defense was beyond prepared. Tavares Johnson was on the coverage of number 85. I do not see him on the two deep in front of me, but that was Tavares Johnson who made a great play. That was Ben Dorfman, the freshman, 6'6" target, defended by Tavares Johnson, who is not 6'6". Tavares Johnson, a 5'10" senior safety.
Wow.
And, of course, some great coverage forced Midget to throw that ball way out of the end zone, and the fake field goal does not come to fruition.
Not come to fruition, but it puts Averett in a spot to go ahead with as Hall is on the keeper, moving forward. About
Jones on the handoff.
Was that Jones on the handoff?
It was. Jones is going to pick up a couple.
Yes, indeed.
You are right, Rodney. Here is Kelly Hall.
Yes, indeed.
Set to work. He's going to hand off. This is Jones to the left, cutting back, stiff arms, and sometimes you got to know when to take the loss. As the song goes, Rodney, you got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them.
Know when to walk away.
And you never count your money when you're at the table.
Was it Don Meredith? Turn out the lights. Party's still going. 11:19 left in this third quarter. 3rd and 5. As the Cougars move forward.
Here's Hall with Jones in the backfield. It's going to be a 3rd, and it says 5. I'm going to call it 6. Here's Hall. Scrambles up the middle, diving. He is close by one official. It looks like he's got it. And he does. First down, moving the chains, Kelly Hall.
Yes, Kelly Hall. It's a scrappy young man.
He is. Kelly Hall, before that carry, 4 carries for 15 yards. That one's going to give him about 21 yards for the game on 5 carries after that stat updates. But here comes Hall with the spread. Jones in the backfield with him. That is Miles Bennett setting up on the left in motion. Looking to throw downfield. He's got a man. Terrence Owens
overthrown, maybe just a yard. And those are the ones that you say just a couple more inches on the fingertips. And we've got a called ball, 6 points added on the board.
And, a big vertical passing play, really a big opportunity. Terrence Owens breaking free right about Averett's 45-yard line. He really started to outrun that defender, and Kelly Hall laid up a beautiful throw, just overthrown by about 1.5 yards, a couple of steps, and that makes a huge difference.
Big difference. And as we prepare 2nd and 10. With the handoff in the middle, he's got some room. He's got some room. And you said before, if you give him an open, if he gets into that secondary, you give him an open lane, and he is taking off, man.
Well, he's such a slasher. You get Travis Jones to the next level, and you get him one-on-one with any safety or cornerback, and I'm picking Travis Jones every day of the week to win that matchup. But it's up to the O-line to get him to that next level. Here is Kelly Hall setting up, bobbles the snap, bumbled play, and here comes Hall looking to salvage something. And he is walloped out of bounds along the Averett sideline. It looks like he got back to the line of scrimmage, however. So a bad snap from Comer forced Hall to react. Unfortunately for the Cougars, he was an athlete and able to get back to the line of scrimmage. So 0 loss. It'll be a 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10. And the Cougars are on the move. They're on the move. Positive playing. Giving them some time. Some time to move the ball, to utilize
plays. Handoff to Jones, indeed. Throws and complete.
Exactly.
Along that right sideline, that is Miles Bennett again. He's got a couple of touchdowns. Give him a 5th catch.
Yes, indeed, for a first down. As I said before, you give Kelly Hall time enough to execute the plays from that backfield, in that pocket, and you'll see a different ball club. And that's what we're seeing in this second half so far. 9:42 so far left in this third quarter as they move the ball downfield.
I also think it really helped out that he threw that ball downfield to Terrence Owens. It was an incompletion by a wide margin, but it opens up the short passing game for Hall. Here's Hall rolling out to his left, gets a good block from Jones, and now he's going to scramble. He's going to be sacked behind the line of scrimmage. It looks like Clemens, who wrapped him up on the sack, the middle linebacker.
Yes, Kelly Hall, that was
Wesleyan.
Definitely an option, and he didn't see anybody open downfield to take the sack. That's a smart move for Kelly Hall.
No need to force it and turn it over. It's still a one-possession ball game. If Averett scores a touchdown and goes for 2, it's all tied up.
Can be done.
It most certainly can
be done.
Here is the handoff to Jones up the middle, cutting back, slicing back, and
lowers
the shoulder.
Goodness, for the first down. He took a 1-yard loss and made it an awesome gain. What a tremendous job.
About a 13-yard pickup for Travis Jones, and slashing his way through the line and then lowering his shoulder once he got to the next level. That's a good job by the sophomore running back.
Got a little shaken up on that play, looks like.
He looks like he's all right. He's coming off the field.
Shaking his head a little bit. You know, that's how we used to. I remember, Georgia, we played the same way. We just didn't have helmets when I was involved.
Leather helmets?
Yeah.
Here is Ray Brown, spins down, don't feel bad.
No.
I spent too many times playing without a helmet.
Yeah, well, there you go. See, now that's
same
rule. Same rule. That's right.
Here is a 2nd and 7 situation, we'll call it, for Kelly Hall. Ray Brown in the backfield, as it looks like Travis Jones is being attended to on the sidelines. Looks like he's getting his arm checked out. Looks like he should be fine. Hall, pump fakes, looking deep. He's got a man
open, and it is
touchdown. Terrence Owens.
We said long ball. The opportunity. Terrence Owens, open field. He has caught that ball for a touchdown. Tremendous job from Terrence Owens.
Terrence Owens, his 7th touchdown reception of the season, and it gives Averett a 2-point margin as they look to kick the extra point with Hobie Proctor and make it a 1-point deficit. Terrence Owens has had quite an outstanding couple of weeks here for the Cougars.
Perfectly timed pass by Kelly Hall, connecting
and
with
a great
Terrence
catch. Owens had a man draped all over him, making that catch. Here is the kick by Proctor.
Point is good.
Good hold and good kick.
Well, Nate, I would say we have ourselves a ball game.
And we are back to a 1-point deficit, and it comes down to right now that blocked extra point on Hobie Proctor. That is the difference, 28-27. North Carolina Wesleyan on top, and now that we are getting set to switch back here possessions, we're going to take a look at some of the action around the league.
Around the league, as we are continuing to be motivated, hopefully, to seeing some.
We're seeing some things we do want to see. That is LaGrange on top of Maryville.
21-14, yes.
As the third quarter is just getting started here. 21-14, as you mentioned. Rodney LaGrange on top of Maryville. Checking out Huntington, the first place team in the USA South, undefeated in the conference, 4-0, 6-1 overall. They were leading at halftime against Greensboro. As Proctor set to kick. Malik Adams
back to receive the ball. It has had a tremendous game thus far, and we want to see the special teams contain him.
And Huntington, as we mentioned, going back around the league, still 30-20 with 11 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Huntington, the first place team in the USA South. And then, of course, our last matchup we'll look into Ferrum and Methodist in the third quarter with 8.5 remaining in that third quarter. Methodist on top 28-7. Averett will play Ferrum at their place next week. Here's Malik Adams right up the gut on the return close to the 35-yard line.
Picks up about 10 yards on that one, and with 7:47 left in this third quarter, we have ourselves a game. 27-28, and the Cougars are on the move. Well, actually, Wesleyan's got the ball, but Cougars are. We're looking for a stop. We want to see a stop. We want to see that front line contain that running game.
Averett with 259 yards of offense, 134 on the ground as a team, and 125 by Kelly Hall through the air. Kelly Hall also 3 touchdowns in the air. Terrence Owens with that last one, and Miles Bennett with 2 touchdown receptions earlier in the contest. A short gain for Monondo. That'll set up a second and about 7.
2nd and 7. The ball placed right around the 38, 37-yard line. Is that correct?
That is right at the 38-yard line of Wesleyan. The Averett defense set to make a stop. Midget looking to the sideline now. Set takes the snap, bobbles the snap, rolls to his left, throws, and that looks like incomplete to Slade. Let's see what the mark is. They will say it is complete.
Not enough for the first down.
Excuse me, that is Devontae Beatty, not Slade.
Is that his second catch for the game?
That'll be his fourth reception of the ball game.
Okay.
Give him
not quite enough for a first down.
About 4 catches, 70 yards for Devontae Beatty of the Bishops. 3rd and 2. Man in motion is Malik Adams. Here is Midget looking for Adams. Throws, has him, caught in the zone, and first down. That's a great job by the receiver, finding the hole in the zone and making the catch.
Wow.
Well, that's a good time to run that route against a zone defense. Malik Adams showing his experience, the junior wide receiver, the team's leader in receptions, and by far the leader in receptions in today's game.
We can see
finding the soft spot in the defense, playing the zone coverage, and Malik Adams 8 catches, 127 yards, and a touchdown. Here is Midget, hands off. This is Manondo, wrapped up by Tymondre Isaac. He had the sack earlier.
Well, they must have.
Everybody in the building thought was a fumble.
Yeah. Except
us.
Yeah.
And the officials.
That's right. That's right.
We do have a player down. That does look like the running back. Manondo, I do believe. It looks like it may just be a cramp the way he's getting stretched out. I don't think that's anything serious.
Yeah,
but I'm interested to see what this does for this drive, as Wesleyan has been on the move here.
And he is in some excruciating pain, and that could be definitely something like a cramp in the calf.
That's what it looks like, but it's going to be interesting to see who North Carolina Wesleyan brings in to replace him. He's going to have to sit out for at least one play. Andrew Tyson, backup running back, should be looked to step in his place. 5'10", 185 out of Lanham, Maryland.
Right.
Definitely a style change when you go from a 225-pound shifty bruiser to a 185-pound running back.
Well, Midget and Adams have been a force to be reckoned with on this field, so I'm sure that connection is going to continue to unfold as we watch Nando on the turf dealing with what seems to be just a cramp in the muscle, and there again, he's going to have to come out for play. But that's just look for those two to connect as he is being tended to, and as play resumes, look for those two to connect. And wow, he is in some serious pain, man. But I know that pain. I know that cramp. I know what it feels like. When that muscle tightens up, you just gotta let it unfold. And the thing of it is, he's one of the things that we will probably see is him get hydrated on the sideline, because that's what that comes from.
This may actually be more than a cramp. The way he's limping off.
Yeah.
Just the way it looks. He does not look very comfortable, but stepping in the running back position is going to be Andrew Tyson, another freshman running back for the Battling Bishops, replacing somebody who's had a fantastic 2 weeks so far. Andrew Tyson coming into the game, 15 carries, 44 yards here in his freshman campaign, so very inexperienced. This is his 3rd game played in his career.
Wow. So we'll see how the Cougars contain him, and they do.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Right up the middle, but not much doing. About a 1-yard gain, if anything. It'll set up a 3rd, and let's call it 7.
Maybe about a yard on that. Maybe about a yard. 5:30 left in this 3rd quarter. And looks like the Cougars may take advantage of that.
There you see Wesleyan getting to the line quick. Hunter Shepard, the middle linebacker, trying to get everybody organized, and Averett might be flagged for an extra man on the field. I don't see one.
I think he got off in time, because that was close. Yeah, that was very close.
That was Kenneth Covington rushing off the field. It was either Kenneth Covington or Don Warren. I couldn't see the second number, but that was extremely close.
Defense, man, I'm telling you. Able to contain him and to bring up a 4th down and 7.
4th and 7. Let's see what the Bishops do. They're keeping the offense on the field. I find this an interesting decision. I would play the field possession game. I would punt it.
Well, there again,
4th and 7.
They feel strongly about the running game. They believe they can get through that.
And that's going to be a false start. And no, it's actually a timeout. I don't know if you saw that, but Andrew Tyson was taking steps forward before the ball was snapped. That's probably a wise timeout. All things
very wise.
considered.
So even one of the fans here in the stands said, "Yeah, he moved." And however, the timeout being taken and then keeping the ball alive and. As they take that time off. That was kind of an unusual play call, but however, they believe in their running game. They believe they can get in that secondary.
You can see Coach Adams on the sideline talking to the line judge. I guarantee he's talking about the steps taken before the whistle was blown for the timeout. I feel like that's what it has to be.
Yeah, well, as you said, there's...
Because that's a 5-yard penalty, pushes them back. That almost guarantees a punt.
However, it wasn't called, so we resume play.
After a timeout, of course.
Yeah.
So the defense for the Cougars, along the line, looking a little something like this. Christian Parker, Don Warren.
Yes.
Tamandre Isaac, Hunter Shepard.
Crowd's coming alive on this defensive play for
Johnson,
4th
all
and
on the
7.
defense for the Cougars.
And 7. And let's
Midget
see if they can contain him. Midget drops back to pass.
Steps up, has time, and he's going to be stopped. Don Warren and the rest of the defensive line.
As the Cougars come alive on this defensive stop. And, wow, that was good.
An interesting time to go for it for the Bishops. It'll set up a 1st and 10 from, it looks like, the 37-yard line of the Cougars.
Yes. Well, the Bishops believe in the running game, and they believe that they could have, and their passing game as well. And they believe they had an opportunity to get that ball downfield for a first down. Absolutely.
Kelly Hall, swing pass. This is Sean Bowman, the freshman. Great block by the wide receiver. Stays on his feet and crosses the 50-yard line. That looked like Clifton Glover on that left side. Either him or Terrence Owens had a fantastic block on the cornerback and able to spring Bowman on the swing pass. Just a great job of downfield blocking by the wide receivers, able to open things up for a big first down gain. Hall hands off to Bowman going the left side, and he's going to be stopped up in the backfield.
Contained
Good
in the
defense.
backfield. Bowman's known for explosive runs. Last week, tremendous job that he did.
111 yards, 2 touchdowns against
Exactly.
Maryville last week. One of the best teams in the conference. Maryville, the 2nd-ranked team in the conference when it comes to record. Only behind Huntingdon. Of course, us keeping close tabs on everything going on in the conference today. Here is the offense. Kelly Hall with Bowman in the backfield to his right. They're going to check it and change the call.
2nd and 11, 2nd and 12 now. 4:19 left in this third quarter.
Hall takes the snap, rolls to his right. He's got Bowman lead blocking now. Hall's going to take it himself.
Huge hole.
Slides for the first down.
Great job by Hall.
Actually, right at the sticks. He is right at the first down marker, but they will give it to him.
Give him the meat. Give him that. Give it to him.
That was a great block by freshman running back Sean Bowman, able to get out in front and lead the way for Kelly Hall, who cut it right up and was able to get about 10 yards and set up a new set of downs for the Cougars.
Hall not afraid to tuck and run when he sees that space, when he sees that hole wide open, and he did it with the keeper, making a could have been a loss to a game.
Miles Bennett, the man in motion. Hall throws. Bennett caught on inside the 25, knocked out of bounds. Another first down. Miles Bennett with his 6th reception of the game. It's been a very, very active afternoon for him, and it's another Cougars first down.
Cougars are seeing some things, seeing some open areas on this field and taking advantage of them, very much so, in this ball game.
Hall with Bowman to his left. It's a counter to the right. Bowman cuts through. We have
flag
a flag
on the play.
on the field, and I think it's going to be another holding call. That may go on P.J. Best. No, actually, it looks like that might be Wilson Gregory who's pleading his case.
Which is an obvious referee is marking that on. Let's see.
Yeah, that's going to be on Wilson Gregory, the right tackle.
Good eyes, my friend.
I'm an old lineman. I can spot a hold when I see one.
You did play center, right?
I played center and guard.
That's right. Absolutely.
Wilson Gregory with the hold on the right side. That'll push back the Cougars 10, and that'll set up a 1st and 20 with 3:20 remaining here in the third quarter. Hall from his typical shotgun position. Bowman to his right. Now he's going to go to the line and check the call. Bowman switches to the left. He's got a balanced formation. Unbalanced. Tight end to the left. Here he's going to go up top. Terrence Owens, the big man.
Touchdown!
Touchdown, Cougars!
Yes, indeed.
Terrence Owens.
You know, that's Terrence Owens.
Does his best Randy Moss impression and goes over the top of the defender for his second touchdown of the afternoon.
That's one that one for the record, right? That fella, we were talking about that in the pregame. His leaping ability and those clutch plays, man. When and Hall just tosses it up. And he leaps and he grabs that for another touchdown. What a dynamite job, man.
Give Terrence Owens his second receiving touchdown of the afternoon. He's got 2 catches, 2 touchdowns, and 72 yards. That one a 32-yard strike as he goes over the top of the defender, just like a former New England Patriot Randy Moss used to do.
New England Patriot.
And they're going to go for 2. Here is Hall rolling to his right, looking for Owens. Instead, he goes for Glover and incomplete. And I like that call. A little bit of distress from the fans here in front of us, but I actually really like that call to go for 2.
Well, of course, because
you set up a full touchdown lead if you go for 2 and you make it 35-28. But if you kick the extra point, it's 34-28, and all Wesleyan has to do is score a touchdown, kick the extra point, and a lead. You go for 2, Wesleyan has to go for 2 to get the lead back. I like that decision by Coach Shannon Johnson. Plus, the offense is rolling. Why not chuck it?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You said Randy Moss. Why couldn't that have been Michael Irvin?
It could have been. It could have been a Michael Irvin.
Well been, yeah.
But Randy Moss, very known for
that,
having that tight coverage and just being able to jump up and go over the top like that. Terrence Owens, one of the tallest receivers Averett's had here in a number of years, and really just a great job going over the top on that play. I believe that is his 8th receiving touchdown on the season, the leader for the Cougars in that department.
Cougars leading right now, 33-28.
Excuse me, I had that mixed up. My eyes got the best of me. I meant 5th receiving touchdown. Wow. I saw the 3, and for some reason my eyes went to the number 8. I can't explain it. Here is Proctor with the kickoff, end over end, low kick, and this will be
down
Malik
on the play. I don't know what
an offside on the kickoff unit. I actually saw 2 of those last night in the game that I coached.
Oh, my goodness. Proctor was kind of limping, man, after he kicked that ball, so definitely probably offsides on that one in particular, man. You don't want to see that on special teams at all.
The referee's going to confer, and we'll see what the call is.
Dean Johnson, this has been a great ball game, man. We've seen some great passes going down the field. We've seen some dynamite runs, and so far so good.
That's right. It's been a lot of back and forth, Rodney, and that's right. It's going to be Michael Reeves offsides on the kickoff. As I said, I saw 2 of those last night coaching with Grimsley High School. Close relationship with Grimsley High School here. Joe Franks, President Franks' husband, a longtime golf coach at Grimsley High School, has the field named after him that we coach on.
Oh,
that we play on at Grimsley High School. So close ties with Averett and Grimsley. Very interesting little factoid for you.
Little factoid.
But now Proctor gonna kick. Proctor's now going to re-kick from the 30-yard line as Wesleyan opts for the re-kick option. This is Malik Adams deep only, as I would do as well. Malik Adams, an explosive wide receiver. Exactly. Why not have him be the only one back there? Proctor's kick, end over end and high.
A booming kick, and
it'll bounce in front of Adams. Takes a good bounce for the Cougars, and Adams may get a yard
in the back.
As he is destroyed.
Not one movement forward on that one, and that was a great kick. Bad decision for Wesleyan to take the extra kick, to take the kick again. However, special teams come alive.
Special teams unit really played well in the first half, Rodney. I know that they were all special teams units, the punting, the kicking, the return unit, the kickoff unit. They were my trophy and sign center player of the half in the first half, and once again, we've seen more of the same. I know Proctor had the extra point blocked. Defense makes plays too. That time it was the kickoff unit making a play. Here is the handoff. Fake on the handoff. It's going to be a screen to the outside. This is Slade Dale on the reception.
Positive
freshman wide receiver. And there you see Menando back in the ball game after we saw Tyson in there for a play or two after Menando was helped off the field. It looked like it definitely looked like it was a calf cramp.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever had those stretching in the middle of the night or something,
but
it'll knock you out of bed.
On the field. It's not even
put you on the IR for the week.
It's not even fun, man. And he went, I'm sure, and got hydrated and made sure that they got that cramp out. But let me tell you something about those cramps. They can sneak back up on you even after getting hydrated and getting it stretched out. It's just one of those things. Once that muscle starts to tense up, man, it's a routine. It's a routine. So we have 2:45 left in this third quarter. 33-28. Averett Cougars are ahead, and I believe we have a timeout on the field.
Yep, an injured Cougar down. This looks like Kenneth Covington, I think. 58, I believe.
That 58 or 50?
Yeah, Kenneth Covington, 58. He's been a stalwart defensive end, playing a lot of football here for the Cougars this season. The sophomore D-end, Kenneth Covington, walking off the field under his own power, along with Thomas Underwood, a fine athletic trainer here for Averett University, by his side. So he will be tended to on the sidelines, and we'll give you an update if he comes back in the game. He appears to be walking fine.
Yeah.
As he walks off the field there and has his helmet. Looks like he's going to walk this one off. Here's Menando on 1st and 10 to the right side. He's going to burst through a pile.
Yeah.
What a second effort by Menando.
Whatever he was dealing with earlier, I think he's over that, man. And, wow, what a burst of energy. But he's got that, like I said, a low, short
center of gravity.
Yeah, when you've got that, it's a lot easier to make those plays.
And you're going to know that this name, Rodney, his big legs, his kind of size, the way he's built, and the way he runs reminds me a little bit of Earl Campbell.
Yeah, I was going to say,
bowling ball, running forward, big legs, keeps him churning.
Jerome Bettis, Earl Campbell, same thing, yeah.
Here is Midget going to keep it.
Yeah.
And he's a big quarterback. He's going to be wrapped up by Michael Reeves. That's a well-tackling machine right there.
Exactly, but enough for the first down as they move the chains, but Reeves wraps him up. And Reeves told me earlier, as I told you during the pregame, he's come out to play. He's come out to make some hits, and that's exactly what he's doing on the play with Midget.
Give Reeves 4 solo tackles on the game, 6 total tackles. He came into the game second on the team in tackles. If the statistics defensively stopped like this, he'd finish the game leading the team in tackles for the season. Here is Menando on the handoff from Midget, again fighting for yardage. It will set up what should be a second and about 7 after a short gain from Menando, who once again has had a fantastic contest.
Yeah. Stopped in his tracks, but that's not before he got at least a gain of a couple of yards.
And again, Menando, as we mentioned, had a career high and was Offensive Rookie of the Week last week with 122 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns against Greensboro College. This week, 150 yards on 18 carries and 2 touchdowns. So once again, a great week for the freshman stud running back, Menando. Here he takes the handoff to the left side on the cutback, goes forward and lowers the shoulder.
Wow.
That's a tough run right there, but a big first down.
Big first down for Menando.
Adrian Menando.
Big first down from Menando. Freshman with the legs. That's like it's Earl Campbell or Jerome Bettis, one of those guys, or even John Riggins, that kind of uphill running, man.
Downhill running.
Or downhill, yeah. I don't know, he's running uphill. he's running through people, man. He's
a guy that keeps his shoulders square and he stays low. He runs low and he protects the football. There, a perfect example as he comes closer to the sidelines, gets 2 hands on the football and braces for every impact and keeps the legs going forward. You can see it's kind of taking a toll on him, but it's taking a toll on the Averett defense as well, as he's up over 160 yards on the ground. So Menando wearing everybody out.
He is.
As we put our 4s up, we're going to the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter. And, just like we said before, the low center of gravity, think about what you're saying. You got to get lower than that to tackle him, to take him down. And he's not a real tall guy.
No, he's not. And with us moving from the third quarter onward to the fourth, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Your score right now, Averett on top for the moment, 33-28. Start of the fourth quarter coming your way here in just a minute. Stay with us on Averett Sports Network. Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. We are back as Midget completes a pass to the left side on second down. Here at Daly Field, Danville, Virginia. Averett University hosting North Carolina Wesleyan, who is driving right now. This will set up a 1st and 10 as that pass was complete from Midget to the left.
Driving a bus. What do you mean?
A bus named Adrian Menando.
Yeah, man. He's, came off earlier. We saw him, thought he was injured and possibly something different than a cramp, and obviously we were wrong.
He has come out stronger than ever since returning from his injury, and now Wesleyan starting the fourth quarter in Averett territory.
Averett territory, nonetheless. Defense
fakes the handoff, Midget, downfield over the middle, complete. And let's see who the receiver is. That is going to be Slade Dale, I do believe. Actually, yes, it is. Slade Dale, number 3, the freshman wide receiver. He's got a couple of catches on this afternoon, and Midget is threading the needle against this Averett defense.
Slade Dale and, of course, Malik. Those two targets have been a force today.
Looking at some of the numbers, we mentioned Malik Adams, 8 catches, $127 in yardage, and a touchdown. Slade Dale, 3 catches,
with the handoff to the bus.
Here's the handoff. That was Menando on the carry. Give him a solid pickup again. Give him 7 on the gain. 2nd and about 3.5.
As the Cougars make some quick adjustments on defense, man.
And you see Wesleyan getting set very quickly, and Averett having a little trouble getting there, as this is a handoff up the middle. That is Menando, and touchdown. Bishops.
And as we were discussing earlier, if you can't contain that young man, he has actually exploded on the scene, man. Exploded every time he touches the ball since he's come out from that little timeout that he took from what seemed to be just a cramp in the leg. They got him worked up and got him hydrated. He's back on the field attacking, man.
Before last week, in 6 games, Menando had played 1 game and had 3 carries for about 20 yards. Since last week, I mean, the amount of carries is ridiculous. He had 22 for $122 last week, and 4 touchdowns. This week, he's got 23 for 183 and 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
So you talk about exploding onto the scene, not just for Menando, but how about this offensive line making some progress that they hadn't made in the previous 6 weeks before these past 2 weeks. I mean, this is not the same rushing attack that North Carolina Wesleyan started the season with. And so far, it is doing damage against this Averett rush defense that has had its fair share of struggles all season long.
Well, during the halftime report, that's one of the things that we said to contain this thing for Averett University to be able to come up with a win, they got to stop that run. They got to stop the pass attack, and they got to stop that run. We knew Monondo, man, with that low center of gravity, was going to come out banging, and that's exactly what he's done.
He has definitely been a tough man to bring down. We've seen a lot of low tackling. We've seen a lot of sidestepping, hurtling, and broken tackles on Monondo's part. Let's see what this Averett offense can do coming the other direction. Down now 35-33. And like I said, now this is where I would have gone for 2, just like Coach Adams did, or Coach Johnson did, calling the plays when Averett scored their last touchdown. It would have been a tie game had they converted that. Instead, here's Travis Jones on the kick return, down by 2.
Space.
Had a little room. Instead, he's going to be stopped up around the 25-yard line. So Travis Jones, a solid return, and it looks like he'll be marked at about that 25-yard line indeed. So here come the Cougars offense led by Kelly Hall, Michael Barber Jr., and the big-time receiving threat Terrence Owens, who has a couple of touchdown receptions here today, as I very affectionately say, as he mossed some DBs.
He lost some. I'm a little bit more conservative in my approach. I would have definitely kicked the extra point. I'm with a more of a smash mouth approach. You're technical, and yeah, the 2 points would have put us in a different situation. Nevertheless, we're
Here's
still
Hall wide open.
Wide open.
Miles Bennett right in the middle of the field. Kelly Hall throwing back across his body, an extremely difficult throw. Level of difficulty a 10 on that one, but he put it on the money as Miles Bennett makes a sliding catch to move the chains.
Dynamite job from the middle of the field. Kelly
Always
Hall.
tough for a right-handed quarterback to throw rolling left. Here is Hall, stands in the pocket, throws tall over the middle. Miles Bennett again, and he's got it in the seam, and he's inside the 25-yard
Kelly Hall
line.
is seeing. He is watching the field. He's seeing some wide open receivers. I believe that the backs are just not containing them, and Kelly Hall is taking advantage of that. He's taking advantage of that. Dynamite job. Seeing the open man down the field.
And just like I said, attack the middle of the field. That's where the space is. No safeties for the Cougars. A huge opportunity for a seam route. Instead, it's Travis Jones broken free. Touchdown! Travis Jones. Wow. All the safeties walked up.
You said
everybody
that. You saw
and
that,
their mother expecting something to come close to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
They get it, and Travis Jones breaks free for a touchdown.
Wow.
What an awesome job by the offensive line.
Tremendous job.
I'm sitting there, and I see the way that defense is set up, and I see no safeties, and all I can think is throw that in the box.
Yeah. Tremendous job, man.
But instead, they go with the handoff, and it's Travis Jones for 6, and they're going to go for 2 to try to play that game I was talking about, make it an even touchdown instead of just a 6-point lead.
Exactly.
This is where, once again, I say I totally agree going for 2, but and Wesleyan broke the huddle with 12 men on the field, but that is a different rule from defense to offense. Wesleyan can rush players off the field before the ball is snapped. And actually, they will call the penalty on the defense, but it's half the distance to the goal, so really it becomes a 2-point conversion from the 1-yard line with the half the distance. So here is Kelly Hall. Looks like Travis Jones in the backfield with him. Let's see if they can get some blocks. Jones, he's going to be stopped up.
That's why you go for the extra. That's 2.
Well,
that's 2.
I still totally agree that you go for 2 right there to make it a 7-point lead and an even touchdown, especially after the blocked extra point attempt on their last extra point try. I like going for 2 these past 2 times. It just didn't work. The defense was most certainly ready for Travis Jones on that play.
Absolutely prepared for that, and but nevertheless, I'm a conservative ball player, and I say get the sure points and keep that lead, regardless of how much you got to score. That's still a one-score lead. So that's but nevertheless, we move forward. Correct.
That's correct. And 39-35 your score with 12:40 remaining here in the ball game. Like I said, the Cougars failed on their past 2 2-point conversions. However, their offense has been moving the ball at will. But as we've seen all season long, it's the defense that has been unable to keep the Cougars on top.
Exactly. Well, we'll see what happens with this kickoff and see that the defense can contain them. I think we're heading in that direction. And Minondo has been tremendous on his feet.
And Midget throwing the ball has been outstanding. 299 yards through the air for Dustin Midget, the senior quarterback for North Carolina Wesleyan.
Short kick.
And this is going to be returned not by Malik Adams. Here is a fumble.
I
think they're going to mark him down. I think they're going to mark him down.
We'll see. It looked like that ball came loose.
It definitely popped out, but I think it was contact from the ground that popped it out.
It was.
I think that's a good call by the officials to keep that Wesleyan football.
Yes. The ground can't force the fumble.
That's correct.
So that was a good call by the officials. No matter, I think that
was Brandon Lee.
Wow.
On the return. That may be his last kick return of the afternoon after that fumble.
Yes, indeed.
But it actually was not a fumble. So instead, here is North Carolina Wesleyan, 1st and 10, inside right at about their own 30-yard line. Handoff to Minondo, and once again plows forward. Even when they stop him at the line of scrimmage, he's still falling forward for 2 or 3.
We're talking big man on that front line. He's still running wreck shop, running rampant on that front line, man. 2nd and 6. 12-15 left in this ball game, man, and
as you see some substitutions for the Cougars on defense, taking out a defensive lineman and bringing in a linebacker. Here is the throw.
Almost picked off.
Malik Adams at the 50. Again, he found the soft spot in the zone. And it was almost intercepted, but the soft spot was there.
Almost is only in horseshoes, my friend. And
horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yes, right. Malik and Adams, a dynamic duo, connecting once again.
9th reception for Malik Adams. That leads the game. He also leads the game in receiving yardage. That puts Dustin Midget over 300 yards through the air, and here is Minondo up the middle, plowing forward, and he's got about 9 on that carry. He has been the workhorse for this team.
You said somebody needed to stop him. I was going to say I'd suit up one more time, but I think I'll just stay right here.
He's a tough man to bring down, I can tell you that much. And really, a guy like that is an O-lineman's dream to block for. You see a guy fighting for yardage the way he does and the way and the style that he runs, that motivates you so much more as an O-lineman, knowing that you have a halfback that runs the way that he does with the authority that he does. That gives you more confidence and more belief in who you got behind you as a lineman. Here is Midget throwing
back to
his right, caught Malik Adams, breaks the tackle, and he's got a big gain, crosses through the middle of the field, gets a block, and he's going to go all the way. And I was almost expecting a flag when he stuck the ball out like that, maybe an unsportsmanlike, but no call on the play. It will be a touchdown for the Battling Bishops as they now move up to 41-39 here in this
game.
one.
I saw
and one thing I was thinking, I didn't know if maybe Wesleyan would try going for 2 to make it so Averett had to score a touchdown instead of kick a field goal. But this is probably the smarter play, more conservative as to what you said. Make it a 3-point game, give Averett only the chance for a field goal to tie it as the good snap, good hold, and good kick. That makes it 42-39. The Battling Bishops battling back.
I saw some of that play unfold. Malik, he saw an open route. As you said, he's a senior. He knows where to run, where to cut the route in. And what he did, man, he saw that open field. He saw that open route, and, of course, his quarterback connecting with him on that, man, for that open route touchdown.
And it looked like once he broke from the 10-yard line, cutting across to the middle of the field, he got a block from Devontae Beatty on that left sideline as he began to cut across the middle of the field. That really gave him a chance to get into the end zone.
Right.
Some excellent downfield blocking we've seen all game long by the Battling Bishops wide receiver corps.
Great job on today as we have a ball game. 39-42, 10:49 left in this ball game in the fourth quarter, and back and forth, seesaw matchup, if you will.
That's right, and for the kickoff, it is going to be Coden Breckenridge, the sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida. High end-over-end kick It'll go to Jones, but very high. Not much of an opportunity for return, but here come the blockers. Jones to the right. He's going to go all the way. 40, 30, 25, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Travis Jones and the special teams unit strike again.
Did you or did you not say you give that man the opportunity and a lane, and if he breaks through, you can forget it. Turn out the lights, the party's over.
Well, it was such a high kick. It looked like the coverage was going to be there, and then all of a sudden you saw him break to the right at about the 35-yard line, and all I could say is, I know he's gone.
Yeah. Tremendous shot.
Everybody on the kickoff team converted to the middle because of just the high lob kick, and Jones able to break it to the outside and take it to the house. He's gone all the way, and he's getting a lot of praise on that sideline right now. As Averett on top by 3 at the moment. Well, that's going to be they talk about this all the time in high school. I was actually this guy last night. You got a get back guy, meaning you got somebody on the sidelines telling everybody to get back. You get close to the field, too close to the field as a team, and you get called for a penalty. You just see those lines on the sidelines. Exactly. That's what that is. Averett gets a warning. Proctor's extra point is blocked again. Wow. 2 blocks on the extra points for Hobie Proctor, who's a very, very reliable kicker, but the blocks coming through the line, and that'll keep your score a 3-point ball game, 45-42. And those 2-point conversions, had they been made, that would make a big difference right now.
Huge difference right now, but nevertheless, we're still 3 points to the plus.
That's right.
Man, it's been good. This has been a toss-up ball game, both sides of the field. And as we were talking about before with Travis, they've been containing him in the last few games that we've commentated together. They've been containing him, double teaming, the hold in the box man, collapsing the front. But this is my first time really getting to see him unload like this. For me, that's. And
just so you know, Rodney, this is Travis. That was Travis Jones' second kick return for a touchdown this season. Wow. So already too, Averett, even going back to the Mike Dunleavy regime, always known for their special teams play, and Travis Jones, one of those guys that's keeping it on the table here for the Cougars. Just as I said at halftime, outstanding special teams play. That is definitely what has been sticking out to me. A couple of blocks on the extra points, but otherwise, really, you couldn't ask for a better special teams performance.
As we move forward in the kickoff and being contained, wide open, another special teams fumble, another fumble on that play. There's a flag on the play. There is a flag on the play as we watch to see what the laundry unfolds. Flag on the play. Couldn't very well see exactly what transpired to bring the flag, but
and that's the fourth
flag. Now we're at the fourth wave off. Are you kidding me?
Well,
what are you going to say?
No flag.
Yeah, no flag. I mean, what if it was against us?
We've definitely seen less laundry on this fine Saturday than we have in the past, it seems like, since they've all been waved off.
It's like an autumn breeze. It's just wave the flags off.
I abide by the Bill Belichick theory where you keep the challenge flag in your sock. It's almost like that's how I feel about referees with their flags. You shouldn't have your hand on it at all times. Only put your hand on it when you know you're throwing it. Here is Minondo to the left, and what a gain. This guy, Adrian Minondo, just breaking through this defensive front seven of the Cougars. He's going to be over 200 yards rushing now for the Battling Bishops, and just another really, really tough day for this Averett rushing defense.
Whatever was ailing Minondo earlier is pretty much gone.
I think we put that one to rest on the last drive. Here is Dustin Midget in the gun with Minondo to his right. He's going to hand it off to Minondo up the middle. And he's going to get another solid chunk of yardage, about 16 on the gain.
You got to contain the runner right there on the line. You can't allow him to get into that secondary. You got to contain him on the line, and that's something we discussed earlier We discussed in pregame. We discussed in halftime. And we're discussing it now. Got to contain him. If you contain him on the line and stop that run, we got a different ball game.
And here's the thing. Even if you can hold North Carolina Wesleyan to a field goal right here, guess who they're kicking off to? Travis Jones. And here's the throw behind his intended target. That was Malik Adams. Bad throw from Midget.
One of very few we've seen today, huh?
The only other throw that really I saw as a mistake or a poorly thrown ball was the interception to Dante Gilbert, and that was more of he didn't see Dante Gilbert sleeping on that route.
Exactly.
That wasn't a bad ball. That was just Gilbert making a play. That time, that was probably Midget's first bad pass of the game. He has played outstanding football. Here is Midget from the gun with Menando to his right, hands off to the left, and he's going to be stopped up at the line. Great defense that time by the front seven. Everybody breaking in through that offensive line that time.
They saw him coming. He's shaking up a little bit on that. Very little, I'm sure. Menando will shake that off, but shaking up on that play just a little bit as Menando, as they move forward, and the defense is coming alive. We need a stop.
And Menando getting up into dangerous territory here. 28 carries for Menando. That is a lot. Especially as a freshman running back, you get up into the high 20s and carries into the 30s. It's tough. Here's the throw. Caught by Malik Adams, and he's going to break free into the end zone. Touchdown, Bishops.
Wow.
Malik Adams, number 3 on the afternoon.
Did we or did we not just talk about the dynamic duo of Malik Adams and Midget? All those two have been connecting all day long.
Malik Adams with his 11th reception of the afternoon. Give him 11 catches, 220 yards, and 3 times he's found himself in the end zone. That's some Madden numbers.
Yeah, it makes me want to go play Xbox.
Here's the high snap on the extra point, but
it's
the extra
good,
point is good. Caught by a good friend of mine down there at the end of the end zone, John Massey, a Danville police officer, making that catch. Good hands on the bobble, Massey. If you hear this, I saw you bobble that.
He bobbled that, yeah.
But he made the catch, and
that's right.
That brings your score with the extra point 49-45 as we continue to have a little fun here on the broadcast, as we always do. Still 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah.
And Rodney, if you took the over in this one, you won big because
I did.
We're already at 94 points in this ball game, Rodney.
Wow, it's been a slobber knocker, so to speak.
That is one word
for it. It's been a shotgun release all day long. I mean, the passing attack from both sides of the field have been tremendous, man. The running attack from both sides of the field has been tremendous, man.
It really has.
Special teams from both sides of the field. That's just we can continue to go forward and what makes a football game, and we've seen it all today. We've seen it all.
And let's see what will happen here for the Cougars. Last time this unit was on the field, Travis Jones took it 83 yards to the house. But I don't think Breckenridge is going to be thinking about kicking it to Travis Jones, at least on this one. If he does, that is an interesting decision. Here's Breckenridge with his approach. The kick, high end over end, and guess who it is? Travis Jones.
Travis Jones.
From about the 6-yard line, setting up, going to the right side, bouncing, cutting back. He's still breaking tackles. And tackled close to the 30-yard line. Travis Jones, the Danville, Virginia native, the hometown kid out of George Washington High School, making some plays as he almost always does.
Yeah, so to speak, yeah.
He's the home run hitter for this team. He's a big play waiting to happen, lightning in a bottle. And here comes Kelly Hall and the rest of this Cougars offense set to get things going. And it looks like it'll be Sean Bowman who will enter the backfield for the Cougars, the outstanding freshman who had 100 yards rushing last week with Travis Jones getting bottled up. Here is Kelly Hall. He's going to fake the option, then a clean handoff to Bowman on the right-hand side. He's going to go forward for about 3 on a 1st and 10. Set up a 2nd and let's call it 7 right now.
And Bowman can
let's call it 2nd and 6.
Yeah, Bowman can be a little explosive off the ball as well, man. He's a little powerhouse himself. A freshman, nonetheless. But he's been known to break a few himself. So let's see what he does in this series here.
Definitely, and very, very, very good at running with his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage and getting downhill. We have an injured player on the field. It's an injured Battling Bishop, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more live fourth quarter action coming your way. Your score, 49-45, North Carolina Wesleyan on top, 8 minutes and 18 seconds remaining here in the ball game. I'm the Dean. I'm with the Radical One, Rodney Harper. We'll be right back. And welcome back. It is Travis Jones to the left side as we resume play here on second down. It'll be a short gain for Travis Jones here for the Cougars. It is the North Carolina Wesleyan Battling Bishops here in Danville, Virginia, Daly Field, Averett University's North Campus on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. 8 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter, 49-45. I am Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson, joined by the Radical One, Rodney Harper.
Yes, indeed, man. Dynamite job of both sides of the field as Kaylee Hall is wrapped up.
And he is smashed.
Wow, in the backfield. He went to pump fake that one, and, of course, he got wrapped up in the backfield as he moved forward. 7:40 left in this ball game, as we just said. I'm telling you, man, this has been what do you call this? A pass and attack.
It's been a shootout.
Shootout, that's what I was saying.
It's been an absolute shootout.
You only say that in basketball, but this has been a shootout throughout this whole game, man. It's just an awesome running game, too.
And that failure on third down will set up a fourth and about 4 as Hobie Proctor comes in to do the punting work with Andrew Coleman on the long snap. Here is the punt by Proctor, a high punt. Malik Adams wants no part of it. It takes a Wesleyan bounce, but it will be downed by the Cougars, and this will set up the Bishops with some decent field position at right about the 40-yard line. That ball was downed by Averett's number 24, Elijah Harris, sophomore safety. He had a fumble return against Randolph Macon that went for a 97-yard touchdown, I believe. And I was talking to Drew Wilson about some interesting, as you love, factoids that we love to bring up on the air. Travis Jones with his return touchdown, Averett's last return touchdown. That gives him 3 kick return touchdowns in his career. That sets a new career mark for Averett players. As that is Mondo taken down, as you said, walloped at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, but you had said earlier that he's taken quite a few snaps. He has ran that ball quite a few times. This series alone, this quarter alone.
Monondo up to 29 carries, and that's a number that you watch for with young running backs, especially where last week was his first real action playing a full college football game, and then he comes in and this week having a great game, over 200 yards rushing and 3 scores. But he's up to 29 carries now 30 carries. Monondo up the middle, and he's going to be bottled up again.
The legs, I don't care who you are, unless you're some superhuman, you can't take that kind of punishment out of game.
I can take you back to 2011 if you want to go to the way back machine when Averett beat Methodist in double overtime. Kevon White, who was a standout freshman running back for the Cougars back then, had, I believe, well over 30 touches in that game, including rushes and receiving. Seeing him after the game in what was a double overtime win for us Cougars in 2011, it's not a pretty sight when somebody's that tired. I'm sure Monondo knows that feeling right now. Here's the throw from Midget, middle of the field, and caught. That is going to be Slade Dale down the middle of the field, still on his feet and close to the end zone, tackled at the 1-yard line. Freshman Slade Dale from Dustin Midget, slicing and dicing the Averett defense.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. That's all you can say. Wow.
It has been an offensive shootout here for us, folks.
Definitely has been.
And right now, the Averett defense struggling to contain the passing attack of Dustin Midget and Slade Dale and Malik Adams and all these terrific targets for the Battling Bishops.
Well, those two have been
not to mention Monondo.
Definitely the target is Malik Adams and Dale Slade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's the handoff. This is going to be Monondo. He's going to be stopped short for a 2-yard loss. And once again, that's his 31st carry of the ball game. I feel like we're starting to see the legs go on Monondo.
You're seeing the fatigue set in, and
And really, the only time they've substituted him out when he had the calf cramp.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you just have to say, okay, we are where we are. Let's give him a break and bring in another running back. The other running back does a great job. He can run. But however, they keep him in.
Eventually, the well dries up.
However, they keep him in. And
here is Adams on the motion. It's going to be a handoff to Monondo, close, and I think they're going to mark him down, which it looked like to me he was. And now they put the signal up. Wow. 4th rushing touchdown for Adrian Monondo.
Wow.
And an interesting thing, I don't know if you saw it, the official here on the line judge on the right-hand side on this Averett side, he kind of ran in and waited. I thought the knee was down at the 1. Like it would have been a 3rd and short, and really you could argue that he would have punched it in anyway, but just the way based on the rush defense is working. He delayed.
Like you said he waited until he got up on the line, and then he called it a touchdown.
A very delayed call on that, but I don't really think it's going to
really matter.
I don't really think it would have made too much of a difference setting up a 3rd in inches. The way the rushing attack has worked for the Bishops, as this is Breckenridge on the extra point. Good snap, good hold, and good kick.
Good kick, 56-45. Wow.
And now we're officially at a 2-score deficit
for the first time
for
in the ball
Cougars.
game.
Yes, it is actually for the second time in the ball game. Averett was up 2 scores in the first quarter, 20-7. So this is the second time we've seen the lead extend up to 2 scores, and if the lead changed, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen a 2-score lead erased. Right.
That's right. 4:42 left in this ball game. And, we're coming down to the wire. This has been interesting. Hey, like you said, a shootout. Normally you say shootout, you think basketball. This has definitely been a shootout on this wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Beautiful day for football, man. Beautiful day for football.
Daly Field, Averett University's North Campus, Senior Day.
Yeah, Senior Day, final game on this particular facility per se.
It'll be the same field next year, just a little revamped look to it around the outside.
Much so.
As we had groundbreaking last week, and we will continue as the school year, academic year, and calendar year progresses to next year. We'll watch the upgrades continue to flow into this beautiful facility and the beautiful Daly Field. Daly 7, one of the proud sponsors of Averett University Athletics and Averett Sports Network, as this is going to be Breckenridge with his approach and the kickoff. High end over end kick. This is going to be Travis Jones. It's going to be caught at the 6-yard line. Looking to his left, cuts back up the middle and taken down shy of the 25. He had another nice return, but a good kick by Breckenridge. He's gone kind of with the high lobbing kick approach, trying to give his coverage team time to get down there.
To get down the field.
And a lot of times it's backfired. Jones has had some great returns, not including the touchdown. He's had some long returns.
Well, a lot of time when that happens, you have the momentum going forward. And when you do that, and once he does catch the ball, you got the momentum going forward so much that he'll go right by you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what happened on that last
And Travis Jones, very much a slasher. He's a plant-and-go kind of guy and very shifty, too. Here is Kelly Hall with Miles Bennett in motion. Play action, looking to throw.
Plenty of time in the pocket.
Along the sidelines. That is Miles Bennett, who is having a great day catching the football.
Wow.
And as I mentioned, just because I like to go through Averett history, Travis Jones returning his 83-yard touchdown run on that kick return to make it 45-39, I believe, was the score. 45-42. Travis Jones breaking the all-time return touchdown record. And
yes, indeed.
Touchdown, Jones!
That's what a pass! Yes, indeed. Touchdown! As we were, that type of ball playing. Hey, what did I say earlier? You give him plenty of time in the pocket. He'll find someone downfield. There again, Terrence Owens, tremendous, man, tremendous. Middle of the field, for a touchdown.
That's the third time they've gone long to Terrence Owens, and that's the third time they've hit pay dirt. Kelly Hall had all the time in the world in the pocket, and he threw one up, and Terrence Owens came down with it. Nobody can cover the 6'4" wide receiver. These DBs, too small, not enough to go beat Terrence Owens.
Complete yards, complete scores, 107
and
points.
This is a crucial 2-point conversion.
Yes.
We'll bring him within a field goal. Kelly Hall, and incomplete.
Incomplete on the 2-point conversion. And, wow.
Well, it was the right decision. I have zero qualms about them going for 2. In fact, I would have done the exact same thing. Bring it within 3. You drive down. You can kick the field goal, tie the game, and force overtime.
Right.
However, that throw is – we have 2 offensive linemen discussing something with an official. I think Spencer Dowdle wanted a penalty. He seems to be upset. Jake Comer, the center, appear to defuse the situation as a captain normally does.
Right.
But looking at that 2-point conversion, it looked like there were 2 intended targets and one of them tipped it.
Yeah.
I agree with the call and going for 2, and I agree with the decision to throw it on a rollout pass and let Kelly utilize his legs. But that's got to be a better football.
Wow.
That's got to be a better ball placement right there.
That's exactly right. And as you saw earlier, go back to the pass, I mean, he's been doing a tremendous job getting that ball downfield, but just cannot convert on these 2-point conversions. I mean, and of course, the missed field goals. All these play a part. You know that. All these play a part in this ball game. So we'll see how this thing unfolds. 4:13 left in this game.
We can hear some of the fans in front of us yelling to stop going for 2, but every single time the Cougars have gone for 2 today, I've agreed with it because of the way it sets up the score for later in the game and trying to keep it in a reasonable deficit, as this is a nice return on the shallow kick.
Wow.
And everybody on Wesleyan wanted a horse collar, and nobody going to get it. As Wesleyan will start the drive with very good field position. They're going to open up at looks like the 40-yard line with a 1st and 10 for the Bishops. So, Rodney, we talked about it. The blocked extra points. There's been 2 blocked extra points and 3 failed 2-point conversions. And we've heard the fans, some fans in front of us yelling, stop going for 2, but I mean, kicking the extra point right there doesn't do anything. It keeps you down a touchdown. You go for 2 and you get it, and it's a field goal.
However, though, that with the last 3 that they've went for, if you do make those field goals, then you see a different ball game. But nevertheless, I'm with you. If you go with the 2-point conversions,
you have to try to keep
either way. Either way, you're trying to keep
you try to keep it as close to a field goal game as possible, or at least a 1-possession game.
Exactly.
And really, because if you get the ball back, it's still a 1-possession game here. But instead, if they convert that 2-point conversion or they make those 2 blocked extra points, they're down 3. Instead of needing a touchdown, they can kick a field goal and tie it coming the other way.
Exactly.
So really, it's a mind game, and it's looking into the future and looking into the looking glass. What you're not supposed to do is Menondo carries forward, picks up a first down. Wow. That's a big
first
carry.
Down.
That's
big first down.
That's a big play by Adrian Menondo, a freshman running back, and that's a great job by an offensive line that's been working this Averett defense all afternoon long.
3 minutes, 20 seconds left in this ball game, 56-51 as the Battling Bishops are ahead, moving forward, moving the ball downfield. Ball is a little bit above midfield.
Terrence Owens, by the way, in case you're wondering, as Menondo goes for about 9. He is down. Well, he's getting helped up by the referee.
He's just tired.
By the way, Terrence Owens, in case you were wondering, 3 catches, 137 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
That's what I was wondering.
Miles Bennett, by the way, 9 catches, 114 yards, and he has 2 scores. So 2 standout wide receivers having days for the Cougars. And I'm sure after today, already with a 16-yard per catch average, Terrence Owens is going to be leading the conference in yards per catch average. Here is Menondo shifting his way
well over 30
down.
times carrying this ball today. And he's got to be fatigued by now, but he has continued to chunk the ball, trudge it down the field for another first down.
So 1st and 10 for the Bishops from the 33. Menondo, give him 36 carries now, give him 248 yards. and 4 touchdowns. Reeves injured on the sideline. He gives the thumbs up to his family, so we expect to see him back. And a carry by Monondo, broken up and disrupted by the Averett defense.
I don't know if that was just a stinger from Michael Reeves.
It very well could have been.
Yeah, because he's now trying to get things back in order.
Yeah, he's getting his helmet back on, but when you have to be helped off the field, whether it be an official or it's an injury timeout or whatever it is, you have to come out for a play. But Reeves ready to go back in.
Yeah. Like a little stinger there. 1:51 left in this ball game. Was there a timeout call? Did I miss that? Timeout on the.
The game clock, 1 minute, 55 seconds. Thank you.
So they will reset the game clock to 1 minute and 55 seconds. That's what was being sorted out.
Timeout called on the play, and if when the clock continued to run just a little bit, so put a couple of more seconds back on that, and we had 1 minute and 55 left in this ball game. 2nd and 12. Averett took that timeout, correct. Averett took that one, so we move forward, and that's the second timeout for the Cougars. 1 timeout left, 1 timeout remaining, with 1 minute 55 left in the ball game.
And I was just talking with Drew Wilson. This is the 4th time an Averett player has had 3 receiving touchdowns in a ball game. This is the most touchdowns scored by a player since 2010 with James Wilson. Big James, the MMA fighter now, rushing for 4 touchdowns in a 50-0 win against Greensboro in my freshman year.
We got 107 combined points in this ball game, my friend.
56-51. Bishop's on top. Here's the handoff to Monondo up the middle, breaking through, busting through, stiff arm.
Wow.
Still on his feet. He's going to go through the 10-yard line, still carrying defenders and inside the 5. Adrian Monondo.
All that time I did is give him opportunity to rest, my friend. And that's something we really didn't need to do, because he's been running great all day.
All I can say is Adrian Monondo better take those big O linemen out to go get some steaks tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They have earned it.
Giving him the opportunity to put some yards on the board, put some points on the board.
And you want to look at the carries, Rodney. It's 38 carries for 278 yards. And if I were a betting man, which I could be
today,
I would bet that they're going to probably try to hand it off to Monondo a couple of times and have him punch it into the end zone and put a 60-burger on the board.
That's right. Exactly.
But we have a timeout on the field, so we're going to take a timeout up here.
Another timeout.
Stay with us here on Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt Johnson. I am joined by Rodney Harper, and we will be right back as we conclude the 4th quarter, coming right up after these commercials. Welcome back to Averett Sports Network, ASN, the site here. It looks like the Battling Bishops inside the 5 are going to take some knees and end this one effectively, as Averett will call their final timeout.
Yeah.
So I honestly thought they were going to try to punch it in and put a 60-burger on the board, but instead we're going to keep it at 56-51.
Wow.
And, Rodney, it comes down to what we talked about earlier in pregame and during halftime and during the game and during commercials. Got to stop the run.
Every week, you got to stop the run. They did a great job in giving our quarterback, giving Kelly Hall plenty of time to execute plays. Yeah. That happened today. We can't say that happened today, but they could not stop the run and did not stop. You allow a runner like this guy, Menando, you let him get in that secondary, forget it.
Yeah, it's a big bowling ball type running back.
Yeah.
We talk about just seeing his running style and his size. It's easy to compare him to NFL type legends just because those are people that you know as a football fan.
Exactly.
Earl Campbell's a guy he
comes to mind. I
Adrian Menando, big legs, stays low to the ground, protects the football, and he goes forward.
Constantly
even when he's hit at the line of scrimmage, he's falling forward for 2-3 yards at a pop.
Mm-hmm. All day long. Yeah, that's that. You said it correct. Earl Campbell. Yeah, I remember the old film footage of him coming out of his jersey. And play. Remember that?
Yep.
Yeah. That's the kind of player you see in this guy.
And there you see Midget falling to the ground trying to get a 15-yard penalty that would do nothing.
No. Yeah.
Maybe a little happy feet on the defense's part, trying to jump that snap, maybe force a fumble. I don't know if you remember, Rodney, we got 1 minute to go here before we head to our Buffalo Wild Wings postgame show. There was a high school highlight where a team tried to spike the football as the game was ending, and they were going for the game-winning drive, and the nose tackle dove and intercepted the spike, and it clinched the game for his team.
Yeah.
Maybe Averett trying to do something like that, but with a kneel down, the only way that's going to happen is if it's a center QB exchange and fumble, but that will not be it, as Midget will take another knee, and that will effectively end this one. So 30 seconds on the clock will run off, and your Cougars will fall in this one to the Bishops.
Once again, and but a shootout nonetheless.
It looks like they're going to make them snap the ball one more time.
Yeah.
They're running back on the field now. The play clock's reset to 40. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But you got half the team walking off the field. And they all started walking off the field, and everybody walked back on. But everyone's lining up at the 50 now, and here it is. It's in the books. Your final score, 56-51. North Carolina Wesleyan topples the Averett Cougars. And effectively eliminates them from any conference contention at all.
And it was a shootout today. Both teams executing all the way down the field within the secondary. To break the secondary, the wide receivers able to score. The running backs able to score and run down the field. Special teams. It was exactly what we said, a shootout all day long today, man. So my hat's off, man. I was just overwhelmed.
That's right. And Rodney, a tough loss for the Cougars.
Yeah.
Their offense has played so well, especially in the past couple weeks, and really dating back the past all season long. This offense has performed, and now it's a matter of this defense getting it right and getting on the same page as stopping the points that the offense is effectively putting on. So the Cougars will retool, and they'll go to Ferrum next week to play the Ferrum Panthers in a matchup that hits close to home for Coach Cleve Adams, a former Ferrum alum, player, and coach.
Defensive coach, yes.
He was. He coached the defensive backs, and he was the defensive coordinator before he came over here to Averett. So a very tight group over there at Ferrum with Coach Cleve Adams. That is something to look forward to. Ferrum will have that live broadcast. This was our final home broadcast of the season, but we're not done just quite yet. Stay with us, as coming up, we have our Buffalo Wild Wings post-game show where we'll break down all the action that you just saw here live on Averett Sports Network.
I got a lot of notes. 107 points on this board. You kidding me?
I hope you had the over, folks. I hope you had the over.
Wow.
So stay with us on Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt the Dean Johnson, and I was joined today by
the radical one, the mailman.
Always delivering, Rodney Harper. So stay with us on ASN. We'll be right back with our Buffalo Wild Wings postgame show. Welcome back to Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt, the Dean of AU Sports Johnson. I am joined by the radical one, the mailman himself, Rodney Harper.
Delivering some horrible news. Is that what we call it? Just well, I'll have to say this. Dean, this has been a shootout. As we said in the game today, it's no exception and a great ball game played. However, those areas that we were discussing pregame and during halftime, we can see it in the score. You got to contain. You got to contain a runner. A runner like Menando. You have to contain him right there on the line. You cannot allow somebody like that to get into the secondary because the explosive legs this guy has, and this is after he went out of the ball game due to cramps and came back in. Wow.
And, one of the things with him as we move into our Buffalo Wild Wings post-game show here in our Piedmont Glass post-game analysis, I think you hit the nail on the head as far as containing Menando. One thing the Averett defense was unable to do was get him to move laterally. All of Menando's action every time he got the ball was downhill, and that's gaining yards. If Averett had found a way, maybe it's tough to say sitting in the press box and seeing it from the angle that we see it, but you have to challenge and question maybe the gap integrity of the defensive line as far as how easy it was for him to plant and go and get downfield. When you see a guy get downfield that much, you have to wonder what the defensive line is doing to allow that. And a guy that is so good at getting downhill and running with his shoulders square, as we like to say, like Menando had been doing, it's really tough to watch. And this is an Averett defense that came in, of course, I mentioned this last week, statistically the worst rushing defense in Division III football. Of course, that is an unofficial statistic because they had a game canceled against LaGrange, so they do not qualify. But still, they averagely give up, on average, they give up over 300 rushing yards per game, and that's what the problem that we saw today. We knew Dustin Midget, who had another career day, was going to throw the football. We knew that Adams was going to have a solid day catching the ball. I don't think either of us could have predicted 11 catches for 220 yards and 3 scores. But then again, I don't think either one of us would have predicted that Menando would have had 278 yards on 38 carries and 4 more scores in the last 2 weeks. Adrian Menando has 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're talking 47 carries for 260 yards, and 38 of them were his. 38 of those carries he did alone. We were wondering, now, when are you going to take this guy out of the ball game? When is this guy going to stop? Because after a while, even in my tenure of playing ball, this fatigue kicks in, running the ball, and even young. He's a freshman, but nevertheless, when is he coming out? And this guy never stopped. He never come out, and he never stopped.
He had that calf cramp, and we saw Tyson come in the game, and that was for 2 plays. He got 1 carry. There was 1 pass, and then Menando was back in, just like you said.
Wow, that's all you can say. When you see somebody with that kind of tenacity running, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Just an outstanding performance by Adrian Menando for North Carolina Wesleyan. Again, a career day as well for Dustin Midget, the North Carolina Wesleyan quarterback, who once again set a career high in passing yards. He threw for 449 yards today after last week throwing for 412 yards. So, again, setting a new career high. This Averett defense, just to throw a number out there, North Carolina Wesleyan's offense against this Averett defense had 78 plays for 709 yards.
Wow.
That is a lot of offense, and that is total offense. That is not special teams yards. That is total offense.
When you put those kind of yards out there, man, it's hard to win ball games,
It's hard to do anything when you allow that many yards and 56 points, and it's a tough way to lose, especially for a team like Averett, where for a long time it was worrying about the offense and if the offense was going to do enough to support the defense. And now it's switched to the offense is doing more than enough, and the defense is giving up 700 yards of offense.
We've said that. And you said it earlier. You continuously, week after week, about the defense of allowing yardage on the run, allowing those count of yards on the run. When you allow that count of yardage on the run, it's hard to win ball games. When you allow that count of yardage on the pass, it's hard to win ball games, but more so with the run, because a run like that wears defenses down. It wears down that front line, and when you wear down the front line, when a player gets past that front line and gets into the secondary, like I said earlier, especially a runner like Menando, who can my goodness, this dude is a burst, just like a burst of lightning. When he runs like he does, if he gets into the secondary, it's hard to contain him.
And just because he's a 225-pound halfback, you get into that next level against safeties at this level that weigh 190 pounds. I mean, all he's got to do is run forward. He runs with his shoulders squared downhill anyway. It's a freight train coming through.
It's a freight train coming through. And we were talking earlier. You know, he's the low center of gravity. He's short. He's a small young man in stature, but that low center of gravity. When he goes to lower that shoulder, man, to go into that hole. If you can't get lower than he is, you can forget it, man.
Oh yeah,
you can forget. If you can't get lower than he is, forget it. It's not going to happen. So he'll burst through the hole, and as we saw all day long, man, what kind of gains this young man made. So
and he proved he can do it through the air too. He hurtled over the offensive and defensive lines on the other end of the field and scored his I think it was his second touchdown when he hurdled a couple of linemen. But we're going to move along in our Buffalo Wild Wings post-game show to our American National Bank big money player of the game. And Rodney, I'm going to go first. I might be stealing your thunder on this one, but Travis Jones once again had a fantastic day. I'm not going to take him though. He has tied the career mark for most career kick return touchdowns, which is 3. He's got 2 this season. That ties a single season high for a player on special teams on kick return touchdowns. But today it's all about Terrence Owens Jr. 3 catches.
I think
3 catches. 137 yards, which ties his career high from last week when he had 137 receiving yards. And on all 3 of his receptions, he had a touchdown. T.O. had an unbelievable day. Kelly Hall did a great job throwing the football.
The newly improved T.O.
You could even take Kelly Hall for player of the game. He threw for 6 touchdowns, but T.O. was the difference. I mean, Terrence Owens was the guy that Kelly Hall was throwing it up to almost as a jump ball, and T.O. twice on jump balls went and got it. And then he hit him on the seam coming towards the scoreboard on a wide open route right in the middle of the field, and it was a beautifully placed ball. But 2 of those touchdowns were all Terrence Owens. But Kelly Hall can't go without mentioning 6 touchdown passes. We called it a run for Travis Jones earlier, but it was a shuffle pass, so it counts as a touchdown pass. I'd have to ask Drew on this, but I think 6 passing touchdowns is in fact a school record here at Averett. I'd have to double check that, and I'd have to get the official ruling on what the situation is with the shuffle pass and the Travis Jones rushing touchdown, but that can be figured out. I'm going to take Terrence Owens as my player of the game. 3 catches, 3 touchdowns.
Terrence Owens is yours. Well, I'm going to have to say mine for the game would be, I'm going to go back with special teams. What a tremendous job the special teams did in this ball game, containing the game, containing the ball when we needed it to be contained. And I'm going to stick with special teams. I was, I guess I'm just a little overzealous with the interception earlier, and that was my pick for halftime. But for the game, I got to go with special teams because they did contain the ball when we needed it. When we needed it contained. And hey, I can't agree. I got to agree with you on Terrence Owens. Wow, what can I say? What can you say? I mean, tremendous job. But the special teams did a fantastic job in doing what we needed to not have this thing go from 56 points to 106 points on the other side of things. So yeah, I'm going with special teams, my friend.
Well put, Rodney, and definitely a good choice right there by picking all of the special teams unit. They played great. They did have 2 blocked extra points, but otherwise, really a flawless game execution-wise from kick returning, kickoffs, punts. I mean, great job by the special teams unit all around. But we're going to wrap things up on our Buffalo Wild Wings postgame show with our Chick-fil-A final stats. Cougars fans, get your tailgate party started off right with the off-the-grill taste of a Chick-fil-A grilled sandwich or the savory flavor of their chicken nuggets. Need a shot of caffeine to get you started in the morning?
Yeah.
Be sure to try one of their new iced or hot
Like to have
coffees
one
available at both Danville locations. And I believe if you are an Averett student, something about free coffee with Chick-fil-A. Don't quote me on that one. That's something I've heard through the grapevine. And you know what they say about the grapevine? Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. So
And don't drink the wine if the grapes are rotten.
That's true. So we're going to look at our
Yes, indeed.
final stats. And like I said before, 709 yards of offense allowed by the Averett defense. Averett did almost put up 500 yards of offense themselves. Travis Jones had an 83-yard kick return for a touchdown. That tied the Averett school record for most career kick returns for a touchdown. He had one last year. He has two this year. The two this year also ties the record for most in a single season as far as kick return touchdowns. Both of those tie Jeremy Dixon, a longtime Averett Cougar, a professional football player in Poland, back here in town to finish his degree after some years playing professionally overseas. Kelly Hall had an outstanding day, 19 of 25 throwing the football, 0 interceptions, 340 yards, 6 touchdowns, call it 5 or 6 depending on how you want to rule that shuffle pass / forward handoff to Travis Jones. Either way, it was a touchdown. Travis Jones, as we mentioned, on the ground, 9 carries, 55 yards. He did not have a touchdown on the ground unless you count that shuffle pass.
Yeah.
Kelly Hall did some work on the ground, 34 yards. Ray Brown, Drew Evans got in the game. Terrence Owens, as we mentioned, 3 catches, 137 yards. That ties a career high, and 3 receiving touchdowns. That is a career high and ties a single season record for Averett receiving touchdowns in a single game. The most touchdowns by an individual player since James Wilson against Greensboro College here at Averett University's North Campus, back when it was called the Cougar Den. That was a 50-0 victory over Greensboro College when James Wilson went for 4 scores in that one on the ground. Miles Bennett had 9 catches to lead the team with 114 yards as well. He also had 2 touchdowns. Really an outstanding game. And your player of the first half, Dante Gilbert, actually led the team in unassisted tackles. He had 8 unassisted tackles, 4 assists, give him a total of 12 tackles, not to mention an interception that was returned 47 yards to the end zone. As I like to say, a biscuit with extra gravy. Unfortunately, though, Rodney, it was not enough, as Adrian Minondo ran 38 times for 278 yards and 4 scores. Dustin Midget.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. It sounds unreal, Rodney.
The rushing yards and the times carried. I mean, this guy had an enormous ball game.
Like I said during the game, he owes his offensive lineman a few steaks.
Yeah.
Dustin Midget. 24 of 31, had the interception, but 449 yards through the air. This is the second straight week he's set a career high in passing yards. He had 4 touchdowns through the air. Malik Adams, 11 catches, 220 yards, 3 scores. He had a 65-yard touchdown reception, as well as several others that went well over 40 yards. Just an outstanding day all around by both offenses. The defenses, we wondered if they were going to show up. I don't think either one did. Your final score, 56-51, Wesleyan over Averett. And as we look at it, Rodney, this officially puts the nail in the coffin on the Cougars in their conference season.
Yeah, I mean, we tried.
As far as winning the conference.
We literally did everything we could to try to give them the opportunity.
We did. We looked at it quite a bit and seeing who could lose and where we needed to get somewhere.
You were digging for some serious gold on it, and we wanted it. It's not that it couldn't have happened. We said that.
It's that there was a chance. And my whole mantra was, so you're telling me there's a chance. And
yes, indeed. Yeah.
Today it did not end well for the Cougars, but there's so much to build on in this young program, and the coaching staff has done such a great job taking this program and running with it, and there's so much to look forward to, and we see it every Saturday we come out here, and that's where we look to our Golden Leaf Bistro, look ahead, and we will look ahead to next week, Ferrum, as the Ferrum Panthers will host the Averett Cougars at Ferrum. And this is a big matchup because Coach Adams, former Ferrum grad, former Ferrum player, Always a tight matchup when you go to play your alma mater like that. And Ferrum actually has come back to beat Methodist.
Are you kidding me?
They were down 24-7, and Ferrum actually came back with 25 fourth quarter points to win 32-31.
Wow.
So Ferrum improves to 2-6 on the regular season. Wow. We've been given updates of USA South football all day long. We did not expect Ferrum to come away with that one. Ferrum improves to 2-6, beats Methodist, who lost to Averett. They win by the score of 32-31 in that one. Moving down the line, Huntingdon and Greensboro, one of the other matchups. Huntingdon took the victory 40-20. No real surprise there. Huntingdon remains undefeated in the conference and in first place in the USA South. And then LaGrange and Maryville, that one is over, and Maryville stomped back for an impressive one-touchdown victory, 38-31. Maryville moves to 7-1 overall, 4-1 in the conference, one game behind Huntingdon.
Yeah.
And that officially tells the story right there. It appears to be a two-horse race for the USA South between Maryville, who surprised a lot of teams in the playoffs last year in the NCAAs, played very good football down the stretch. Looks like it's going to be a two-horse race between them and Huntingdon. Averett's got Ferrum next week, and then they finish in Alabama with Huntingdon. Rodney, you got anything else on our Buffalo Wild
Well, I just want to say this,
show?
man. It's been tremendous. Once again, a shout-out to because they told me if I didn't do this, I would not make it back to work. So it's the folks at Res Life with Donna Benz and all those great folks. Thank y'all so much for listening in. It's been a great run, man, here. I'm looking forward to basketball season. Are we still involved with that? Are you still getting in there?
Well, we're working with Drew on that.
Okay,
We're going to see what we can do. We may have to get some young, up-and-coming broadcasters in here that the dean may have to groom.
Yeah.
I may end up doing a few games myself. I know I am lobbying for myself to do any and every game that is available to myself at any form of disposal.
Exactly.
I am arguing for it, Rodney. I would love to be back for basketball.
We're not only that, we're pressing for it. We're pushing for it because I want to keep you in. We always got to have the dean in place when the sports are moving forward on the air. And, of course, I just want to say thank you. And once again, as we talked about the game, as we finish this thing out, a lot of things were contained, a lot of changes were made, as we saw in-game play. Really no turnovers for the Avery Cougars. However, those things that we talked about earlier, man, the defense doing their job and stopping the run and stopping the pass, then you got a different ball game. But nevertheless, that's all being said. It's that's as we say in old school. That's water under the bridge we move forward to finish out this season and prepare for the next season, man, of ball play. And but it's been great, man. It's been great to come back and do this again with you. Once again, I've been kind of out trying to get my education in order. I'm
understandable.
I'm not a spring chicken, man. It takes me some time. It takes me lots of time studying and preparing for assignments to of course finish out my degree. So, but we're starting to get down to that what's it, that ground stretch, that the ending,
the home stretch.
Is that what I'm looking for?
Home stretch, baby. That's
and
what
you know the deal.
Oh, I used to know the deal. I'm graduated.
Graduated.
Once I come back from my master's, I knew the deal.
Yeah. So you know the situation. So yeah, get that home stretch situated. It's
but you're there. You're 100% Rodney. I'd like to thank all the staff at Averett University: Drew Wilson, Carmen, Davin Wilson, really everybody that works with us here in the Sports Information Department. Meg Stevens, the athletic director, all the professors at Averett that helped me through my time here. Everyone who listened in, thank you so much. Everybody who listened in during the season throughout our 4 home broadcasts, we apologize that the LaGrange game was canceled earlier in the month. Hurricane conditions forced that to happen, so we lost a broadcast. But I'd like to share with everyone here on the Buffalo Wild Wings postgame show, we've had increasing rating numbers this entire time that we've been doing these broadcasts. I know I did the first 2 solo, and you joined me for the last 2 plus the cancellation. But I'd like to thank all our listeners at home, all across the United States.
We want him here. If you can be here, let's always
be
here.
That's great. But we definitely thank all our listeners from across the United States. Everyone who tunes in, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for listening to myself and to Rodney. We have a great time doing this. It's an honor to be able to call games for my former alma mater, my former team, a team that I played for and I sweat and practiced with, and it's a great experience every time to do this. I hope to be back next year, but most importantly, I hope to be back for basketball basketball season. But I have to add, Rodney, before we cut this off, make sure you follow your Averett Cougars next Saturday against Ferrum College as your Cougars look to upend head coach Cleve Adams' alma mater, the Ferrum Panthers, at their own place after they come off a big win and Averett comes off a tough loss. Follow that on Ferrum Athletics. They will have the broadcast for you up there. And that is all I got, Rodney.
My closing comments, man, as I said before, after watching this team this season, is that, there's no team, and I have to reiterate and I have to stress this, there's no team that I've seen this team play, Averett University, the Cougars play, that they can't beat. And why I say this, because they have the talent. It's just execution. It's like, Rand, you sound like a broken record. Absolutely. Because if you execute on play, if you execute on defense, if you execute on special teams, as we've seen today, you can score points, you can stop the ball, but you got to execute. And that's what I'm seeing with this ball club for the next season, or next week, even next week, because the season's not over yet. But however,
more games.
To win games, you have to execute on play. It's been tremendous, man. It's been a tremendous time. I'm looking forward to what the next hurrah's going to bring. Don't forget now, this is the final game for this particular facility, because we just broke ground for the new facilities going up after this game.
That's right, and this being the last home game, construction around Daly Field will begin here just about as soon as you can imagine. We'll have a brand new stadium here for you, Cougars fans. Thank you for joining us on Averett Sports Network. My name is Matt the Dean Johnson. He is
Radical Rodney, the mailman.
Always delivers. Thank you so much for listening to us this football season, Cougar fans. Stay with us. Join the Cougars the next 2 weeks as they travel to Ferrum and then to Alabama to play Huntingdon. And then, of course, stay with Averett Athletics all season long. Volleyball, soccer, basketball, men's and women's, all sports. Stay with us on ASN. We'll bring you live coverage of your Averett University athletics. Once again, I'm the Dean, Matt Johnson, joined by Rodney Harper. Thank you so much for listening, and have a good day.
This has been a production of the Averett Sports Network.